away from single-use plastics to refillable, refillable plastic bottles, I think has been good for the environment, and also encourages students and anybody that's carrying around a refillable water bottle to remain hydrated during the day, and that is as Dr. Sherman pointed out, good for people's health overall. One of the additional things we did in Hopkinton to make sure that all students had access was in conjunction with rolling out the hydration stations. We did a campaign to provide all of our students with Hopkinton water bottles, and I have one of them with me today. This was back in the 2013-2014 school year, so it was probably, I got this from my son's room. So I did empty it out and assure that this is full of clean, filtered water. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them. And thank you very much for hopefully getting your support for this bill. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Representative Luna. Are there any questions? Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. This is just my ignorance. At the water bottle filling stations, is it possible to get a drink of water if you don't have a bottle to fill?
So that's a great question, and I actually asked Rebecca Wilson that question. She was with the Hopkins School District at the time, and I was trying to remember that. I think there are some models that do both, a bubbler as well as a filling station. I think in Hopkinton we did not replace bubblers with filling stations. We put the filling stations either near or in areas where clearly there would be demand for hydration stations. So we supplemented the availability of bubbler water with hydration stations.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Cornell?
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. It's more of a comment. After 36 years in a middle school, I agree that bubblers are really gross. and I think this is a wonderful idea.
So thank you very much for that question, because I feel exactly the same way about the bubbler down at the top of the hallway here, and the chair had advised me, rather than filling my water bottle there, to go into the back side of the finance room, where they actually have a filtered water system in there. So.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you took my advice.
I did.
I do have a question for you. In the bill, it talks about if you're going to have new construction or substantial renovation. And I know within the school building aid program, we have a definition of what renovation is. It's a certain percentage of to replace the whole thing.
Right.
Is that the definition that we're going to be using in this bill to define what is a substantial renovation? Is it just replacing the boiler system or the heating system?
Yeah, I think it would probably have to be beyond that, but it would be subject to rulemaking under 541A as spelled out on line 4 on section 1 of the bill. So the department would be doing rulemaking on that, and I would imagine they'd probably replicate the definition from the approved building projects definition of substantial. But this does also extend to approved building projects too, under 198, is it 198.15? And so any project that's going to be applying for building aid would also have to incorporate hydration stations into the plan.
Thank you. I noticed that Senator Sherman just walked in the room.
I've stolen his
Senator
thunder
Sherman,
already.
do you want to come up and sit beside Representative Luna? He's introducing your bill.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Tom Sherman, District 24, Senate, 11 towns on the Seacoast, and I'm sure he did a spectacular job. I just came over from, I had 2 bills at 9 o'clock, so I apologize not being able to be 2 places at once. only if you have questions. I don't
Well,
need to
I
say-
do have one for you,
Okay,
and I
fire
had
away.
one for Dave. But when you brought this forward, did you look to get a fiscal analysis, and what kind of costs are we looking at in terms of putting this program into effect in the schools?
Thank you for the question. There is a fiscal note, and of course, it's indeterminable.
Yeah,
So
I saw that.
the goal of this, though, as you know, we always try to avoid anything that tells municipalities what to do, what not to do, that will result in a significant increase in cost to them. So the goal here was exactly that, and that's why we limited it to new construction and substantial construction. I think the Heart Association will be able to talk about the relative cost, but the cost savings are that you don't need as many of these systems as you need bubblers. And then long term, of course, the cost savings are in health, because these are filtering devices, and that means that the water, we do have problems with contaminants in our water systems and in the schools, and this filters those out. You know, you can filter out arsenic and lead with a filter pitcher, so it's not like some of the more difficult to filter out contaminants. These are relatively easy, and in the developing child, lead and arsenic are two of the biggest neurotoxins around. That's why we're so worried about them. So it's sort of a win-win. It's if it's done appropriately, it's not going to be a significant cost increase over bubblers, and then long-term to the state, to the families, to the children, it's a huge cost saver, because we've seen from other places the impact and cost of having high lead levels or elevated lead levels. And asbestos is just in New Hampshire. We're the granite state, so we're the asbestos state. So it's something that's there, and that will all be filtered out, which is being on the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund Commission with Senator Morse. This is a huge passion of mine, is to make sure the water is clean.
Yes, and just a follow-up, we did pass the lead bill here.
Great.
Which is great. And so with that, are there further questions from the committee? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator and Representative, for both being here. I guess that this would require a new policy to be developed by the local school board. You know, looking at bottom of page 1 and over on to page 2, and that policy may include a disciplinary policy. I was just wondering, with Roman 4C on the top of page 2, have you heard of or experienced possibly any instances where the water bottles were not exclusively filled with water?
Great question. And of course that, there's already disciplinary issues with bubblers. You know, the frequent flyer, the child who is always having to go get a drink of water. And so in a way, this will be beneficial to that. Our kids are completely used to this at our ski areas. Most of them have these water bottle filling stations, and I don't think they're putting substances in those per se. That would need to be borne out over time. But what the bill does, and this was thanks to Senator Hennessy, she put some of this in there to give the schools the ability to regulate where bottles could go, and so I really appreciate she made the bill much better by putting in that ability for the schools to hold the children accountable.
Thank you very much. Representative Lakis?
Yes, thank you. I guess I'm picturing how this all works. And so I'm wondering when it's talking about, extensive, what do they say, substantial renovations. I'm wondering, a school that's putting on an addition, that's a pretty substantial renovation, but it has nothing to do with the major body of the school. And so that apply to them? And then the other part of that question is, are these pretty easy to hook up to, like if there is already a water fountain, right, where there's plumbing run to it, is this something that's pretty easy? I'm just thinking of all our old schools
Right.
and how difficult plumbing is. And is this going to be something that's pretty easy to then tap off of that plumbing that's there to install?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm just a gastroenterologist, so I deal with human plumbing and not that type of plumbing. But the retrofit, you already see that happening all over the place. They're retrofitting in ski areas like Cannon Mountain and others where the plumbing is older than me. And so I don't think a retrofit is a big issue.
Okay.
But what you do bring up is there is already a requirement for access to water, drinking water in new large additions. And this actually requires less of these facilities than bubblers. So, and I think the Heart Association will be able to speak to that. But that's one of the efficiencies that you're getting from doing this, is that you don't need as many as you do the others.
Further, Representative Hobson, I saw you had your hand up.
You have a follow-up.
Well, I did have a follow-up.
Sorry, that's to your job,
Well,
not my job.
we're gonna move quickly to you, Representative
Go.
Hobson.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for taking my question, Senator Sherman. I was just wondering, what kind of filter do they use? Is this a carbon filter? Does it need to be replaced? I don't see any information
Right.
about that.
There is a line in here. They typically are carbon filters. You know, resin filters are the ones that you would use for PFAS, and that gets into a whole different level. That's not really reasonable in this setting. But the carbon filters will get most of these, and there is a line. I think it's line 14 on the first page. Water bottle filling stations installed in public schools under this section shall be regularly cleaned, and then section 2 be maintained to ensure they function properly, including replacing filters. And you know, the carbon filters aren't really a big deal. Disposal, they go into lined landfills because they do carry all those lovely contaminants that we're keeping out of our children's GI tracts. But there, you know, many of us have, I have carbon filter at home. So, you know, many of us have those.
Thank you. I see Senator Ward in here. You didn't fill it. Are you wanting to talk, or are you just accompanying the other senator to the room?
We don't go anywhere without each other.
That's Oh, you're here for the next one. Okay, great. Any further questions? A quick one, because I know the senators have to get out of
I
here.
know. Just real quick, is there anything to deal with bathroom breaks? Because I know numerous students decide not to drink because they don't have time to go to the bathroom. And if we are encouraging drinking, which we should, it's unhealthy
Right.
not to drink and not to
Right.
go to the bathroom. Are we addressing that in any way?
Not really, although, you know, good hydration means you have to go to the bathroom, so, as we all know. But you know, that would be up to the teacher and the child and working out those relationships. What it would mean is less drinking water. I mean, drinking fountain breaks, because they would have their own supply with them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator and Representative Luno. Appreciate it.
Great.
Thanks, man.
Thank you very much.
Great job.
Thank you, Tom. Good work.
Okay, Nancy Vaughn from the American Heart Association. Welcome, Nancy. For information for the committee here, we also have Diana Fenton here from the department for technical questions if we have such.
Good morning. For the record, I am Nancy Vaughn, Director of Government Relations for the American Heart Association. I really don't, I have comments, but they've all been covered already. So I think what I will mainly say is, you know, this is a priority of the American Heart Association, is to ensure children are properly hydrated. It's part of their overall nutrition interests, and properly hydrated children are also better prepared for learning. And all of this is covered within my written testimony as well. So this is an appropriate place for this policy to reside. And we strongly encourage you to pass this on. But if you do have any questions, I'm very happy to take those on. Just one of the questions that was mentioned with the American Heart Association, perhaps providing the answer. When we looked to writing this bill, did look at what the current language is within Department of Education for construction, and substantial renovation was the term that they use. And there is, I believe, a financial, threshold that begins that. But these are definitely devices that can be added to current plumbing for the renovation type areas. There are so many different models of water bottle filling stations. Some can be incorporated in existing water fountains. Some of them come with their own water fountains as well as the filling station. But yeah, so any other questions that you have? Because both the senator and the representative did a great job introducing this bill.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Are there any questions for the Heart Association? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Just quickly, are there any questions from the department, technical support here? Yes, Representative Tanner. Colonel, are you willing to come on up? Or are you a four-star general today? Okay, we'll listen.
Good morning. I hate to pass a time, when I could ask you a question.
I would miss that as well.
My question is about the fiscal note on the back of this bill. That although it's indeterminable, I would assume from LBA, this is from the Department of Education, who said that these water filling stations approximately $1,000, and regular drinking fountains range between $400 and $500. I'm wondering if that's just a guesstimate or whether there was actual research done on that.
So thank you for the question. For the record, my name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney with the Department of Education, and all this discussion about water and water bottle filling stations, I felt very guilty drinking my Diet Pepsi in the back of the room. So I need to self-assess here. So as to your question, this fiscal note was done, I believe, by Amy Clark, who this committee is well aware of. I can't speak directly for her, but my experience with Amy Clark is she does not guesstimate. She is an engineer. She's very precise. And I have no doubt that she looked up the average cost of this. I know that I approved this fiscal note, as is our process, but I did not oversee and micromanage Amy's work. But I would feel confident telling you that these are pretty accurate prices.
Yeah, it just seems a little high. Maybe it's taking into consideration new rather than retrofitting, but
I would blame it on the supply chain issues.
Okay.
Everything's gone up. The department just has one minor point to address to this committee as it pertains to Senate Bill 233, and that is the concern of this does contain rulemaking pursuant to 541A, and the effective date says this act shall take effect 60 days after passage. The department would ask this committee to recognize that rulemaking simply takes time. We would ask for 90 days or maybe even 180 days, recognizing that there are a significant number of bills coming out that require rulemaking. And so we have to be cognizant of our ability to enter into that rulemaking process within that required time frame. So that would be the department's only technical assistance on this bill.
I have one further request from you. When you get back and talk with Amy Clark, I'm curious to know, when we wrote the school building aid language in statute, and we put down a definition for what a renovation project is, a substantial renovation is a certain percentage of replacing the building as new. I'd like to find out from her if this is the proper language, a substantial renovation. I don't want to get confused with what we have in school building aid. That could be a sizable hunk of money that you have to do rather than just replacing, for example, your electrical systems or your HVAC.
Sure. I will have Amy contact you and you can have a further discussion on that. That's
Thank
a
you.
very valid point. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions of the department? Yes, Representative Waltz.
Thank you. Here's my question. Do you really need rulemaking, or should we delete that from the bill? I mean, it seems sort of general. I'm not sure that there's a specific need for rulemaking on water fountains.
You know, ultimately, that's this committee's decision to make, but I think given what it relates to, which is construction projects, I think it's well advised to have rulemaking. And I don't think it has to be a lengthy rulemaking. Thank you.
But Representative Welch has a point. When we did the embedded mathematics course in the 4th grade, we wrote language in the bill so you wouldn't have to put rulemaking in place. So the statute became the rule.
Certainly a
So-
way you can
so-
do it.
So there's a number of ways of doing it.
And you can narrowly tailor what the rulemaking is to pertain to as well.
Yes,
So,
thank you. Further questions to the department? Thank you very much. I have no other pink cards unless there's somebody out in the audience who wants to speak on this particular bill. Not seeing any, we'll close this hearing. And get ready to go into the next one, which is SB 234. This is hearing on requiring student identification cards to include the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. 234. That's another 233 right there. Representative Ward is, yeah, wow, you're there.
I'm here. I'm
Good
here.
morning, Ruth.
Good morning. For the record, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am Ruth Ward, Senator for the 8th District, and I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 234. This bill requires student identification cards for public schools and institutions of higher education to include the telephone number for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. The bill was amended in the committee because we had a whole mess of numbers listed, but we decided it would be very cumbersome, and the best thing was just to have the national number. This bill does not require schools to all of a sudden print ID cards. These are for the schools who already have student ID cards. To put this number on that card so it will be easy to get to in case the student is in trouble and really needs some quick help. It's fairly straightforward. It came out of a resident whose son had committed suicide, and really felt that this will be a big help for the students. And I'm very pleased to see that this morning I received a letter, which I think you all have, from Governor Sununu, talking about the number of students who commit suicide and what age group is most vulnerable. So I'm very pleased to be able to produce this bill for your consideration. So the Senate Education Committee asks for your approval of this bill, and with the amendment, which was to cut out all the other numbers except one, the national number. And again, on the letter from Governor Sununu, it talks about the mental health problems with our youth and what we can do. And I think this is a small effort in that way of keeping our youth safe. I should also mention to you that the mother of this young man had requested, if possible, to have the bill named in his name, and I will leave that up to you. if
Thank you
want
very
to
much,
do that or
Senator.
not. And I'll be
one
happy to
question-
answer any questions.
Yes, one question for you. In developing this, did you work with either Tom Cronin or others over at the university system in New Hampshire, coordinate this? Because it addresses suicide prevention in higher education, which is our 2 and 4 year system. Was there communication with them? Are they in support, do you know?
I did not personally contact any one of them. This is an issue that has been talked about so many times that I did
Shannon,
not. I did not connect with them.
Okay,
It came out of the request came out of the governor's office because this particular woman had reached out to the governor's office.
thank you. Thank you very much. Other questions for the senator? Yes, Representative Lekis?
Thank you. I just have a question on section 4. in the first part, it says the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline shall be labeled on student identification cards as the mental health support line. And I'm just wondering why you did that instead of leaving it labeled as the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline.
Okay, where,
That's the first page,
Yep.
line 14.
Line 14, the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline shall be labeled on student identification cards as the mental health support line.
Yeah, why did you change the name?
Well, I think if you have mental health problems and you're thinking about suicide, I think that's probably what a child might reach for, mental health, thinking that they're in crisis, they need some help. Versus if they see the national suicide, they may not be there yet. But I think the mental health it's a little easier to take than the suicide prevention line.
But the suicide prevention
That's a
people.
follow-up question?
Yes, I'm sorry. The suicide prevention people would then be able to deal with whoever, even if
Yes.
they're not there yet, they have all of the abilities
Yes,
to do
they
that.
have that. You call that line, they will answer and they will deal with the issue.
Thank you very much.
Further questions for the senator? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Senator, for taking my question. Does any aspect of this bill prohibit a public school, a charter school, or a public or private institute of higher learning to put other phone numbers on their student identification cards, like if you're in an emergency, call 911 or something like that?
Thank you for your question. The reason we did not put all the other names and all the other numbers on is because I don't know how big the ID card is, but how many numbers can you put on it and which ones are the most important?
Follow up?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm taking from that this wouldn't prohibit any of these institutions from placing other helpful
True.
numbers. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
It would not.
Representative Bohm?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking the question. Back to a follow-up on Representative Lakis's thing. Wouldn't it be better for the students? Because if I'm contemplating suicide in 6th grade, I might correlate that to mental health. So I would think, wouldn't it be better, maybe say or suicide prevention? I mean, putting one with the other might not correlate to a child's mind that they mean the same thing.
Well, as you probably know, it's hard to figure out what is the best way of doing it. Kids react to different things. And if you can see any other way of putting whatever information is the most important on a card, I would say go for it. I mean, do you decide to have the national mental health line, suicide line, emergency line, and there are so many things that could be put on a card. The question is, how much can you put on a card so you can actually see it and it makes sense?
Follow up?
Quick.
Yeah, because just the point is, if I'm a 9th grader or something, and I just break up with my girlfriend, and I might think suicide because of that, which a lot of kids do. That's not, to me, that's not mental health. I broke up with my girlfriend. So don't you think maybe adding in all the suicide hotline?
I would say feel free to do it.
We're going to have the National Alliance for Mental Health Association coming up here and speaking in a few moments here. So maybe we can have these questions regarding mental health versus the other definition addressed to them when they come up. Any further questions for the senator? Thank you very much, Ruth.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite up Michelle Watson from NAMI.
Good morning, Chairman and committee members. My name is Michelle Watson. I am here representing the National Alliance on Mental Illness for Holly Stevens, who is our Director of Public Policy. She's in another committee hearing this morning. So I passed out to you our testimony, which I'll read to you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Michelle Watson, not Holly Stevens. And part of what I do at NAMI New Hampshire is I am the New Hampshire Family Network Coordinator, and part of my job is doing Connect Suicide Prevention training out in the community. NAMI New Hampshire is a nonprofit, nonpartisan grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I'm here today to speak in favor of SB 234, requiring student identification cards to include the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Over the past decade, already high suicide rates have been rising in the United States and in New Hampshire. On the letter, you'll see a chart that details the leading causes of death in the U.S. This chart is the product of the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. It shows that the second leading cause of death for 10 to 24-year-olds is suicide. This is the exact age range that this legislation is targeting. Additionally, according to Health Affairs, between 2007 and 2018, suicide increased 57.4% in 10 to 24-year-olds. In one survey of high school students, 1 in 3 youth reported persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness, and 1 in 5 had seriously considered suicide. More precisely, results from the 2019 Youth Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System show that 18.8% of high school students seriously considered attempting suicide, and 8.9% considered it, and 8.9% attempted suicide. SB 234 offers a simple solution that has the potential to save lives. Suicide phone lines provide timely and constant access to a resource that provides support and comfort to those who are actively suicidal. Printing this number on the back of a student ID is a great way to assure that this age group has access to this very important resource. For these reasons, NAMI New Hampshire urges the committee to vote to recommend ought to pass for SB 234.
Thank you very much.
And any questions?
For the committee, could you, we were discussing earlier what definition we should use within this legislation, mental health line, or helpline, or suicide prevention line. You're a professional in the field and work in this domain. Could you give us any advice or comments?
Well, I'm not technically a professional in it. I work with families through my lived experience.
Yeah.
And what the research shows is that the kids just need access to a number. And as the senator said, really either number can be on there. The students that I've been working with in the past year, couple of years, we've had a contest around mental health. They get it more than we do. And so I think having either number on there would be helpful. The other thing that was mentioned was, perhaps breaking up with your boyfriend or your girlfriend, your significant other. The data shows that there's never one single cause to suicide. So while students may feel hopeless and very sad, there's a lot more behind it to those that actively get to that part. But we do know, as was mentioned, that this number really addresses in crisis. They don't have to be to the level of feeling like they're going to harm themselves at that particular moment, but they do have the ability to reach out and help and talk with them. The other thing is that as we move forward to having the national 988 number, that is going to be for anybody that's in a mental health or substance misuse crisis.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Saudi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking the question. I'm just curious, has this been done in any other state, and how much of an impact did it have?
I'm sorry, I don't have the answer to that. But we do know that having access to the number is helpful.
Further questions, Representative Cornell?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Do you know if the 988 number, after speaking with whoever calls, will help them make a referral to someplace local to talk to, or?
Yes, so in New Hampshire, when you call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, or when you call 988, you will be directed to New Hampshire, and then they will work on making sure it gets to that area. And as we do, when they call that, the goal is to help them at that time. Hopefully, we don't need to call 911, but it's all to de-escalate at that moment. You're welcome.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to invite up Martha Dickey, representing herself from Northfield.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd and members of the Education Committee. My name is Martha Dickey, and I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak today in favor of Senate Bill 234, relative requiring student identification cards to include the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, and I'm going to go off script, or some number that will help people if they are in crisis. On September 14th, 2017, we lost our son, Jason, to suicide, a day that will haunt us for the rest of our lives. Jason was just 19 at the time of his death. He loved his friends and family and made everyone around him happy. He will always be loved and missed. According to the CDC, between 2007 and 2018, the national suicide rate among young people aged 10 to 24 increased 57%. While it's hard to pinpoint why the rate has gone up, we know everybody has their challenges, and that has become even more obvious during this pandemic. As teen suicide rates continue to rise, there are other states that are trying to make it easier for students to reach out for help by putting it right in the palm of their hand. When I started to read about this, I knew that I had to bring the concept forth here in New Hampshire, and I am honored to speak here today on behalf of and in favor of this bill, and to thank Senator Ward for the work that she's done to bring it this far. Newly passed laws in South Carolina, Illinois, and Arizona are putting the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline number on student ID cards. California has required the Lifeline to be on ID cards since 2019, and several other states currently have similar bills before them as well. I believe that passing a similar bill in New Hampshire would be life-saving. Showing this level of support to students who may feel vulnerable or unsupported is important, and I believe that it will change their lives. Even though Jason was already graduated from high school, he kept this ID card in his wallet, and it was with him that morning when he took his life. I can't help but wonder if this ID had a number that he could have reached out to. Perhaps he would have called it that morning and saved himself through that resource. These resources must be made readily available. It is our duty as parents, educators, professionals, and lawmakers to help prevent teen suicide. To know that a teen reaches out and says, "Help me," that's a sign of courage and tremendous strength. To infuse hope that there is someone on the other end of a telephone, whether they call or text, might give them a chance to know that they're only a call away from talking to a trained expert. No matter what a person is going through, there is always hope. I've said before that even if one life is saved, you've all done your part to help. I appreciate your thoughtfulness regarding the bill before you and sincerely hope that it passes. And I do respectfully ask that we consider naming it after my son, Jason Dickey. Thank you for your service to the state of New Hampshire and for your time today.
Thank you very much, Martha. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Lekis.
Just following up on the same question, I noticed you nodding your head and shaking your head when we were discussing that, so it seemed like you had an opinion as to which name, I mean, the number will be the same, but as to how we label it.
Right, exactly. And I know that that had gone back and forth. Thank you. I was agreeing and not agreeing to some things. I think that a number, to your point, that they can look at the back of that card. I noticed that Jason's is blank. He had typed something that says peace of mind comes piece by piece. So to me, that indicates that the kids look at the back of their IDs. I think a number that could connect them, and I do agree that the 988 number down the road when that's live would probably be the best bet. And then however it's labeled, whether it's mental health, suicide, I think it's all going to tie back and potentially be life-saving. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further questions from the committee? Thank you again, Martha.
Thank you all.
I'd like to invite Devon Quinn. Devon is from the New Hampshire Women's Foundation.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Devon Quinn, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Women's Foundation. The New Hampshire Women's Foundation invests in equality and opportunity for the women and girls of New Hampshire through research, advocacy, education, and grant making. In addition to the testimony that you've heard and will hear, we also wanted to point out how important and life-saving this bill would be for girls in particular. We put out a report in the fall called The Status of Girls in New Hampshire, and we saw, as you can see in the page I sent around, as you can see, the stats for girls' mental health are particularly alarming. Girls have a higher rate of depression than boys. They have a higher rate than boys for considering suicide, and indeed have a higher rate of making a plan to attempt suicide. Those numbers are exaggerated and increased by certain groups of girls of color and by certain regions. On the second page, you'll see which regions are most impacted. So we wanted to make sure that that was part of the discussion as well, as how impactful this would be on girls' lives as well.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. And the last card I have is Ted Stokoliski. I don't know if I pronounced it right.
Stachelski, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I served in the Marine Corps, and it's always is hard to do this. So I greatly appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of supporting Senate Bill 234. First of all, I'm a suicide survivor. I'm a parent. I have a daughter who's a freshman at the University of New Hampshire, and hopefully, I'm actually glad I came. I'd always support something like this, but also I have a lot of answers to the questions that you're seeking, that you've asked. So my background is I attempted suicide back in 1986 as a junior at Salem High School. Some of you may know my story because 2 years ago I testified on behalf of the Return to Learn concussion bill, which I said, using my experience, a child that is separated from their peers is a recipe for suicide. It just adds to increasing suicide. I was a multi-sport athlete. I had multiple concussions. It got to the point where I couldn't do my schoolwork, and back then it was live your life at home in a dark room away from your peers. I testified that that bill would help students get support by being in the classroom, being with their peers, and it was in line with the Governor Sununu's suicide prevention plans that he's outlined over the years. Right after that, COVID hit, the COVID lockdowns. Suicide rates have gone up, and I believe primarily because these students are separated from the other students, their teachers. As my daughter said to me last month, when UNH took the mask mandates away, she said, "Dad, I haven't seen any of my teachers' faces in 3 years since I was a junior in high school." It's really impactful. I went on to serve in the Marine Corps. Well, even before that, I was one of the first trained peer outreach counselors back in 1986. So that program's been going on for 36 years, and what did it teach us? I'm sorry, I'm hitting my phone. What it taught us was that how students can reach out for help out in the community, first responders, your clergy, what have you. And a lot of what's based around suicide is who do you reach out to? It's a communication problem. And you feel whether you're a student or whether you're a combat veteran, there's a lot of stigmas around reaching out to people. So I served in the Marine Corps, and for the past 17 years, I've been a veterans outreach specialist at the VA here in New England and national. Myself and others that are here, like NAMI and so forth, we are all local lifelines. But every single month for 17 years, I've referred veterans, combat veterans, and others, adults and parents of children who have mental health problems and suicidal, to the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. Whether it's in the middle of the night, one of our lifelines gets a phone call, and I'm just an independent guy. I've worked for the Brain Injury Association of New Hampshire. I've served on the New Hampshire Brain and Spinal Cord Injury Advisory Council and other boards and committees. But still, there's only so much we can do, and you leave it to the specialists on the other end of that lifeline, and then people will come back to me and say, gee, you saved my life. Well, I assisted in that because it was the professionals at the other end of that lifeline that helped de-escalate the situation, to calm somebody down, to start to think a little bit rational, and then to tailor it back to resources here in New Hampshire to help to help get them the right mental health treatments and whatever they need, medical treatments and so forth. So that's why I'm here. I hold dearly this to me. This has been my life, every part of my life, from with peer outreach, whether I'm a child or now as an adult and a veteran and whatnot. It's what I do. I called my daughter this morning at the University of New Hampshire, and I asked her, I said, Sam, look on the back of your ID card. Does it have the suicide prevention hotline number? Immediately, without even looking at it, she goes, Dad, not only does it have the number, but it also has a text. You can text in. My daughter is a communication science disorder student there. She's going to be a speech therapy. Again, it comes back to communication and who's there to help. So I'm very proud of my daughter. She sent me a copy of her ID card, and to answer the questions, it's actually, I'm so proud of UNH and whoever did this, and I'm very proud of and thankful for the family to come forward to bring this. I'm like, oh my God, why didn't we think about this sooner? I can share with anybody, I didn't photocopy it. She sent me in a text. In the biggest, boldest letters, it says emergencies 911. There's another program called SHARP. It's a 603 number. It says report bias, discrimination, and harassment. And down at the bottom, it says National Suicide Prevention Hotline with a text number or the 1-800 number. So somebody there at University of New Hampshire has just, they're doing it. And so I see that written in the bottom of the bill, but maybe there are other schools I haven't called, Timberlane, my local high school, or whoever, but I think this is a fantastic thing to do. One more thing is, I'm a veteran. If any of you are veterans and you have a VA health card, it says right on the back, and now I wish it was bigger because as we get older, our vision gets worse. Veterans Crisis Line. Every month I refer veterans to call this phone number. And what I've heard from feedback is that a lot of times it's connected with the national hotline, the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. So the question, just to answer that, I think it should say National Suicide Prevention Hotline. I look back as if I was a kid and I had a school ID card. I couldn't talk to because of stigma. I couldn't talk to my coaches. I couldn't talk to my friends or my family. They didn't know what was going on, or I didn't want to burden them. This takes the burden away because you're talking to a trained professional, whether you're an 8th grader or a senior at the University of New Hampshire or a combat veteran. You're talking to somebody who is distant from, because maybe somebody in the situation that you're in, they're part of the reason of the multiple issues of why you're contemplating harming yourself. So again, my name is Ted Stachelski. I'm from Plastow, New Hampshire. I grew up in Salem, New Hampshire, and I greatly support and thank the people who brought this bill forward, Senate Bill 234. Any questions, I greatly answer them.
Thank you very much, Ted, and for sharing all this real good information to us here. U.S. Army to Marine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you for taking my question, and also thank you so much for coming and talking. I noticed you said text number as well, and I'm wondering with the young people today if maybe we should have an amendment to this bill to include a text number. Do you
I think
so?
that would be great. I heard the other number that was mentioned. I actually know veterans who actually text as well. So I'm all for it, whatever number's there. Big and bold, somebody had mentioned the size of an ID card. There's plenty of room on the back because the stuff that needs to be small, UNH can do it, and maybe I can get a copy of that in a different way to share with the committee or whatnot. But there is plenty of room on the back of an ID card to put whatever you need for these anybody in crisis to reach out. So
Thank you very much. Shannon, you're in the crowd. Would you please contact Tom Cronin over there at the university system? And I also like to know what you're doing at the community college. Further questions? Yes, Representative Nelson, and then Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Any thought for bilingual students that may speak only Spanish or something? How do they address that? Maybe I should ask our chairman.
That I've been on the National Suicide Hotline. There's a website, and maybe that's another thing they could put down as the webpage as well. Again, how much room do you have at that point too? But they do have people who speak different languages when you call the hotline. Just like if you're a veteran, you call, they can ask you, are you a veteran? And it gets tailored down to who you need to speak to. And again, who can communicate with you best during this crisis. So,
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. One thing that I've struggled with throughout this conversation today was the verbiage of suicide versus mental health. I agree with the need for this, but I continue to go through my mind and think that if 11-year-olds are going to be carrying this around, or 12-year-olds, I have young children, I don't know that I want them to have the word suicide, that seed planted continually in their brain, but yet I don't disagree with having the number on there. You said something interesting where you mentioned the wording crisis. How do you feel about that?
yeah, thank you for the question. I was looking at this as well. I mean, that's a good point. Veterans Crisis Line. I pondered that this morning as I looked at, was looking at all these ID cards. I'm like, wow, why didn't they use National Suicide Prevention Hotline or use the word suicide? Because with veterans, that's a tough subject, and I understand where you're coming from. That's a good point. And again, the Veterans Crisis Line actually routes you to the National Suicide Prevention Hotline and then services back here. So I guess I'd leave that up with the educators and the experts as far as which word to use. But as far as UNH university students, big bold letters, National Suicide Prevention Hotline.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ted. Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much for coming today. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
I don't have any other red cards or pink cards up here for this bill. Not seeing anybody else in the audience. I will close that wants to speak. I will close this hearing. And we will go now into SB 236. This is establishing a committee to study New Hampshire teacher shortages and recruitment incentives. Thank you very much for coming today, Senator Khan.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. I know we're all busy. I'll hopefully yield some time back to the committee. The matter of teacher shortages and shortage areas is something that we've been documenting for many years in the state. It's something that Mr. Steve Appleby of the Department of Education, who's present and able to answer probably other questions that the committee has about teacher shortage areas. He keeps track of that with the department as well as all licensure certification matters. But of the things that are known about New Hampshire's shortage areas, we have 54 endorsements that the Department of Education offers, and of those 54 in 2018, 46 of them were deemed to be critical shortage areas. So these would be areas that our education specialists, administrators, counselors, teachers, paraprofessionals, and substitutes not included in those categories. In 2019, of the 54 endorsement areas, 50 were deemed to be critical shortage areas, and in 2020, of the 54 endorsements, 49 were deemed critical shortage areas. The department took a hiatus in 2021 and is in the process of trying to collect the information this year. But at any rate, these 3 years are pretty good data, pretty consistent data. And I think, at least my awareness, there's not much difference in my Senate district that would give me reason to doubt that this has gotten much better. By the way, I should have introduced myself at the outset of this, Representative Ladd. I am Jay Kahn. I am from Keene, state senator, and represent 15 of the 23 towns in Cheshire County. So that's the basis for bringing forward this bill to establish a study committee of the legislature to look at how the state might address its teacher shortage, and both in the recruitment and retention study. The study would have a 14-month lifespan to it, assuming that it convened in September, and concluded its work by November of 2023. Just to give a sense of how important the Senate thinks this is, there are 2 senators that survived the gauntlet in the Senate, named to this committee, along with 3 members of the House, comprising a 5-member commission. We are not alone in this kind of study. I hit my map around 2015 that other states were looking at their critical shortages in teacher education. I noticed that first in the western states. I consulted with the Education Commission of the states in filing this bill. At that point, by November of 2021, 20 states had completed studies. And since that time, they've done an updated bulletin, and there are more states getting into this. So it is something that we don't need to create out of whole cloth. There are lots of ideas that other states have come up with. Our task, I think, in New Hampshire would be, and what best fits our state, our budget situation, and the needs of school districts to fill the critical shortage areas that we have in our state, and provide recommendations back to the legislature that we could hopefully act upon in a biennial budget year, and provide some ideas for recruitment, retention, to ease this shortage. That's all that I've got by way of presentation, and be glad to answer any questions committee members have.
Thank you very much, Senator Khan. We have some questions. I got first something to ask you. The other day when I was at a meeting in Keene, I'm trying to get back home, trying to get to Vermont. I ended up in Brattleboro, going south. Can you do something about posting the signs down there, or how to get back up to Haverhill from Keene, from the college? That's off topic. I know it, Senator.
I just wonder if I have to call Vermont Transportation or.
Well, all the signs say Vermont, and I knew I had to get there to the interstate highway. Let's get to some questions here. Representative Porter and then Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All you had to do was go north.
You try doing that in Keene.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
So, thank you,
Every day.
Senator, for taking my question. This is just a minor detail. Sometimes when we set up these committees, it's specified in the statute that so many members of the majority party, so many members of the minority party are part of the committee. This does not do that, and I'm wondering if that matters to you, or if that's something we should think about.
You raise a very good point. The idea of having 2 from the Senate was that hopefully it would have 1 member of each party. I don't think it's a partisan issue, and hopefully we'd have 1 from each party. That was the intent. It's not specified.
Sometimes you're lucky just to get 1 senator. Representative Tanner, you had your hand up?
Yes, it was and thank you, Senator Khan. It was basically the same question that the bill is bipartisan, and it seems like the committee should be bipartisan, but in order to make that possible, I think it would be wise to put it in the bill. My other suggestion is that the GPS or whoever sent you up the Vermont side to Haverhill, you could have gone Route 10 up to Newport, but it would have taken 3 times as long with the frost heaves, right, Senator Khan?
There is also the Route 12 option.
Yes, and more frost heaves.
Okay, I got hit. Representative, somebody over here first had a hand up just then. Representative Ford. Go ahead, Representative Ford, and then Representative Cornell. Your mic.
There we go. Thank you. Some years ago, when I was an academic vice president, there was a study done nationally about the number of students in colleges or schools of education who completed the requirements to become a teacher and never applied for certification to do the job. And it was something like half of the students. So that brings to me a different perspective on how are we going about preparing teachers and toward what end. And I think that certainly is a significant part of the issue that you're bringing this study committee forward to. I think we need to look not only at what's happening in the schools and all the economic and other things that apply, but also how are they being prepared and toward what end, when more than half of them never apply. Now, it may well be, as my wife says, and she prepared teachers, that after they do student teachers, they realize they're in the wrong career, because it's hard work and no one pretends that otherwise. And it's just that I think those issues need to be factored in as well as the usual culprits of salary and cost and et cetera, et cetera.
No, thank you, Representative Ford. I think pipeline issues are important to solving this issue. And one thing that time has solved somewhat is that the redistribution of who's attending college and the fields that they are graduating from has changed a lot in our time in higher education. And we know that the schools of education have, their enrollments have plummeted, replaced by many other professions where there is high need as well. So, but I think Mr. Appleby has a pulse on that, and I hope that the committee, this committee would call upon college of education deans to answer that kind of a question, Representative. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Senator. Representative Cornell.
Thank you for taking my question. This may be a little anecdotal, but I've been hearing that numbers of teachers have just been leaving during the school year this year, just resigning and not caring. Do you know if any kind of exit interviews have been done with any place to find out what's going on, why they're leaving? You know, I'm not even waiting to put in their time for retirement or finishing out the school year, just saying, I can't do this and resigning?
I am not aware of that. The bill does anticipate that the committee would try to reach to some forecast for retirements, so that it will do a look back to 2018 and then a look forward to 2026, and try to get some good figures on the attrition rate.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any other hands. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Yes. Steve, are you here for technical support, or before we have one other too, but are there questions from the committee, from the for the department on this bill? Representative Nelson. Yes. So, Mr. Appleby.
Good morning, representatives, and thank you. Steve Appleby, Division Director, Educator Support and Higher Education at the Department of Ed.
Welcome. Representative Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. When did this trend, when was it noticed? 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 3, and was any sense of what created the problem?
Great question. Thank you. I came to the department 4 years ago, and what I can speak to that 4 years. I can't speak to prior, and I would say that over the last 4 years, we have seen, every year that high number of shortages in our survey. As far as when it was noticed, I think before I arrived at the department, it was a fairly high number as well. So I think this has been an ongoing issue now for quite a number of years.
Other questions, Representative Luno?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Appleby. Does the department also track, I guess, availability of qualified administrators, that qualified to serve as superintendents or building principals in the state?
Thank you for the question. So our survey does survey, as Senator Khan mentioned, approximately 54 endorsements. Some of those are administrator endorsements. Our survey is driven by the U.S. Department of Ed because we report the numbers back to them.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, for being here. So as I look at the language of this, we see specific mention of loan forgiveness, housing assistance, tuition reimbursement, scholarships to help fill shortages. Now, I know that the shortages are not the same in different disciplines. Some disciplines are acute shortages, and some. I have a social science background, and I taught that, and there was never such demand for that, candidly, as there was for language or math or certain sciences. So my question is, what about bonus incentives? It's not mentioned in the language here, and I understand that the unions or whatever don't like that approach. But what do you think about bonuses for targeted disciplines where there are acute shortages?
Thank you for the question. I think that there are probably any number of options, especially Senator Khan mentioned. There's a lot of work being done in other states that run the range from scholarships for educator preparation programs to registered apprenticeships to bonuses and signing bonuses. I've discussed that with numerous superintendents, that option. So there are a full range of tools, I think, being tried in other states. I mean, I just got an article this morning that Montana is testing out a 4-day week in its schools as a attraction and retention tool for educators. And I know that's also being done in either Alabama or Mississippi. So the beautiful thing about our country, right, is that people experiment. So there's lots of different options. I think that study committee can look at.
Thank you.
Steve, I was talking to a young man at Ocean State the other day, had graduated from UVM with a degree in English. I asked him, had anybody ever suggested to you while you were in college that you should be getting a teacher's ticket at the same time? He said, no. We have a lot of that going on where you major in political science or history or music, and you come out without that teacher credential. I know when I attended the University of Maine, it was mandatory in certain programs. If you're going to major in PE, you also got your certification in another area as well. Is there any effort on the part of the department to work with higher education to let them know that these students that are in the liberal arts areas or any other area might be wise just to hook on to that teacher's ticket while you're at school, save some dollars?
Thank you for the question, Representative Chair. I think those discussions have occurred at the Council for Teacher Education in those meetings around expanding the number of students in their programs and trying to also reach out to students not in their programs but who are pursuing degrees in liberal arts. Those discussions have happened, but there's been nothing formal, to my knowledge.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Lekis.
Has there been any discussion about rewarding particularly good students with higher pay as opposed to just working on the, you've been here so long, you get X amount of money, but actually giving some sort of bonus or higher pay or whatever to particularly good teachers?
Thank you. Not that I'm aware of, but I wouldn't necessarily be aware of that as that's an employment issue in the districts, but I have not heard any discussion of that.
Thank you.
I can say that's a very difficult thing as a school administrator. I could not keep a science teacher on staff. BP or ARCO, any of them on the North Slope just picked them up and paid them 10 times what I could pay them in the school district. Representative Porter?
Thank you. Just kind of to answer your question and maybe for information, I believe there have been studies done on the effect of merit pay on teacher retention and satisfaction, and it surprisingly fails miserably according to the studies that I've seen. It's not a motivator for teachers. It's what I understand.
Thank you.
We have one more pink card here. Are there any other questions for Mr. Appleby? Yes. Pardon me? Well, we can get it from him. Yeah. Thank you very much, Steve. Last one's Brian Hawkins. NEA? Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to be back in House Education. I think it's only been a couple of weeks since I was here every day with all of you, but it feels like a lifetime. For the record, Brian Hawkins, today representing NEA New Hampshire. Want to thank Senator Khan, in support of Senate Bill 236. Want to thank Senator Khan, Senator Ward, and the Senate Education Committee for the bipartisan endorsement of this bill. This is one of the critical issues that we need to be focused on going forward, and so I think the timing of this is very good. As was noted earlier, school staffing shortages are not new, but we are seeing them, across every job category in education, and this is obviously a critical need for the people who matter in this equation the most, the students. What we certainly saw during the pandemic that we need to be in person. We need to have the teachers in front of those kids to do that too. And so while the Senator Khan already brought up the issue of the critical shortage lists that we know about, a couple of pieces of information, some of which I'll leave you some supporting documents for, are at the national level, just to highlight the need, at the national level, there was a report done recently using statistics from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, job openings, and labor turnover survey. And the hires to job openings ratio fell below 0.5 for the second time ever, which indicates that the challenge is facing public education employers in filling positions remains formidable, and the number of educators quitting the profession continues to track on the 12-year trend line that began back in 2009. And this trend has seen the typical quit rate rise from 0.4% per month in August 2009 to 1.1% per month in February 2022. The number of educators in local public education, so this is pre-K through 12, remains below pre-pandemic levels by about 331,000 jobs nationally, or 4.1%. And then when you talk about at the state level for higher education, there's a deficit there as well. The other thing I would just like to highlight from this is we have had growth nationally in local public education, three consecutive months of losses in higher ed, but at the local level, as I said, there's still several 100,000 fewer educators employed today than there were prior to the pandemic. And so just to look at that, at the growth rate, even though we're seeing growth over the last several months, it would take 18 months for local public education nationally to get back to where we were at February 2020 employment levels. And I realize these are national levels, but I think national numbers, and we would be happy to work with this committee to really drill down locally and be a resource for this committee. Some of you may have seen there was a recent poll done in looking forward and why this committee is important. NEA polled its members nationally, over 3,600 surveys, scientific polls. So more than half, 55% of members say that they are more likely to leave or retire from education sooner than planned because of the pandemic. And that's almost double the number saying the same in July of 2020. So a lot of concern. I have no doubt there is a lot of that in New Hampshire. And so we fully support this committee, and as I said, would be happy to work and be a resource to it to help it succeed. So with that, I'll take any questions. And I did notice in reviewing the bill this morning that there were still, as Senator Khan said, I was happy to see that there's still 2 senators on there who will be attending the study committee. So,
Thank you very much, Brian. I noticed that while you were speaking, you had a sheet which you were taking all that information from statistics. Could you provide that to the clerk or? That
yes,
information?
I have hard copies. I'll drop off with the clerk.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Are there questions from Brian Hawkins? Yes, Representative Lekis.
Thank you. Other than COVID, have you heard any specific, or do there tend to be any patterns of reasons why teachers leave before retirement time? Have you heard any specific complaints or anything that are things that could be addressed?
Thank you for the question. And actually, I think that ties into the piece about the staffing shortage that was a problem even before the pandemic. I mean, I think you're well aware that the pandemic shed light or exacerbated a lot of problems that we have in our local schools, and staffing was certainly one of them. It didn't any of the, whether it's in New Hampshire or any of the nationally, a lot of the any closures that we might see right now aren't related to so much to directly to COVID, but if COVID takes out, five teachers or staff from your, we were already at that sort of the brink in a lot of schools for hiring. So that's a sort of long way of saying I think staffing issues overall, having the some of the survey that was done by NEA indicated there's a lot more, you're doing just a lot more jobs that don't involve your ability to focus on, during lunchtime, you've got to cover stuff in the cafeteria instead of, reviewing your lesson plans and things like that. So, so I think that's some of the things that existed even pre-pandemic that are still there and contributing to the problem.
Representative Cordelli.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here again. Just wonder if you know of any schools in New Hampshire that do exit interviews.
I don't know the answer to that question. I believe that there are, but I'd be happy to get you more information about that. I could certainly survey some of our various locals and see that.
Representative Tanner.
Speaking from experience, do you feel that setting Class B felony convictions for different violations by teachers, political intrusions and restrictions that have been recently set into or presented as RSAs, or even just as bills, or for example the loyalty oath type of bill, How much do you think that affects teachers' decisions when they get to be about 60 years old, whether they want to really stick around or not?
I was going to say that as you were posing thinking as you were posing the question, that there's so many factors contributing when people are reaching that point. I don't think it helps. I will say, just anecdotally, I have talked to some recent retired teachers who, some of them would say, "Boy, am I glad that I'm retired now." And I think that includes some of the issues that you raised, as well as the pandemic and all of the things that have resulted because of that. There's so many issues in education, so I think that's where this getting into it with the study committee will help, is we can talk about all of those. Yep.
One last question, then we have to move on to the next. Representative Lakes, or you have two questions. Okay, Representative Lakes, then Representative Mullen.
I just wondered if you could get us that information from the studies that were done beforehand that talked about the various things that teachers complained about, like doing extra things like lunch duty and that kind of stuff. Could you get us the results of that?
Certainly. So it doesn't drill down as specific as I will get you the survey so that you can see what it indicates.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for taking my question. Looking at the other end of a career, the beginning.
Yes.
In terms of average starting teacher salaries in New Hampshire, let's say within the first 5 years or whatever, and what we know about affordable housing shortages, is it possible for a single teacher to work within the public school settings and live a life that doesn't require either living with their parents or finding some sort of alternative arrangement?
I think that is a big challenge, particularly as we look at student continuing to have student loans. So housing certainly being a pressure for all of us, but I think the student loan issue is a big has an impact, and when people are doing the dollars and cents of how to start their career, I do think that is an impact, and that's one of the data points. I think the salary issue that I know the school funding commission looked at across the state. Where are starting salaries? Where are you going to be in 5 years if you start that? And the disparity when you go from Pittsburgh to Salem or even the next town over. So definitely a big component of it that I think and something that I hope the committee will look at.
Could I just ask?
Just one quick
Yeah,
follow-up.
it's not even a follow-up question. It's just a request. If you, when you're gathering your data for us, could give us an idea of some of those points of information, starting compensation, disparity, whatever, I would find that helpful.
Absolutely.
And Representative Moffett.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here. And we do notice our season ticket holders who are here regularly, like yourself.
I noticed it doesn't really come with any other benefits. So,
so my real quick question, we might be getting into the weeds a little bit, stuff that would go to the committee if there is a committee, but I did want to ask, because I think it's significant. Enrollment has gone down significantly. It's documented, varies from community to community. 10%. It depends, but does declining enrollment mitigate in any way the teacher shortage in your view?
Not from what I've heard. I think it's district by district in terms of the impact that a couple of staff or a couple of teachers leaving can have on a particular schools. Some of it's the size of the school district. I think that I think it's an issue in the profession. And as the study committee commences, I think that's something that when we look at it at a district level, I think that will be also an important data point to look at, is when we look at by district.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Waltz.
My question is, do you think we should be amending this bill to include the words compensation study? Because that's really what we're talking about, and I think we need to be clear, and I think it's a huge factor in teacher retention and even people entering the field. And I'm wondering if we want to make that a specific requirement of the study committee to do a compensation study.
Well, we can amend and do anything we want with that bill when we get to the session where we do that. There's a lot of issues. For example, are people retiring because I'm now vested in the system? I'm eligible for all those retirement benefits. I'm going to get out now after 8 or 9 years and not do my 20 because I'm vested. I think all these compensations issues wrap into a good question. Should we be studying that more thoroughly? Probably yes. So I agree with you, Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And following on Representative Moffat's question with respect to enrollment, when the department reported the total enrollment, the ADM for the current school year following the October 1st enrollment, the numbers were down substantially. I think that's what Representative Moffat was referring to. Certainly, some of that may be pandemic related, but we don't know where a lot of these kids are either, and they did not, at least based on the EFA numbers, go into those programs, go into other programs, and I think this may be something independent of Senate Bill 236 that this committee may want to take a look at, more closely. And following, maybe as we come out of the pandemic as well, but just to be sure that we're not losing kids, or that kids are not being educated.
We've been losing kids for years here, and so is higher ed.
Yeah,
It's
no,
the
but
demographic.
I'm talking about the precipitous drop off that appeared to be pandemic related.
We were having a precipitous drop off. When I got in here, we had 220,000 kids, K through 12. Now we're down, 160, 170, somewhere in there. So, and it's not all pandemic. We've been dropping off.
No, but I'm just talking about the specific numbers from FY 21 to FY 22, and just taking a look at that, because I think that did not follow the trend line that had been built up over a decade or more. It's just something that I think this committee may want to take a look at.
We can look at all the information. If this committee gets going, I'm sure they can.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions of Brian Hawkins. Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't have any other pink cards on this one, so we'll close this hearing. And somebody has to stand up and stretch a little bit. Go ahead and stretch for four minutes here, and then we'll get to Senator Khan with 350. I had a lot of teachers where I was before who were, once they became vested in the system and they had a retirement, they left, earned big money with industry, came back and bought in years that they'd had in the military, etc., and beefed up the
a use of the registry established by the National Association of State Directors of Teacher Education and Certification, so that there can be a look at the licensing that may have occurred for a candidate seeking licensure in New Hampshire, what their status might have been in another state. And that's why this cross-state registry is being suggested by the department to put into the Enabling Act relative to its licensing function. You should have in front of you an amendment that I hope somebody in the committee would bring forward that adjusts item 3 in the bill that also anticipates that some of the sharing of registry information could be an intergovernmental compact. And this is, again, authorizing legislation that would enable the department to work with the governor and executive council to enable that kind of reciprocity to be entered into. So that's the nature of the bill, and I'm glad that Attorney Diana Fenton and Director Appleby are both here to speak to the bill.
Thank you very much, Senator. Are there questions from Senator Khan or to Senator Khan? Not seeing any. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is maybe more for you than for Senator Khan. The amendment that he brought forward, we have to have a House version of this. Is that right? We
Yes.
cannot amend this bill with a Senate amendment.
That's correct.
Okay.
I think I asked Senator Khan to present that,
Yeah.
though, so we could see it and have it in front of us, and we'd know what he was referencing and speaking about.
Thank you very much.
And it had to be presented by somebody on this committee. Yes, Representative Waltz.
Thank you. I'm just trying, I'm late to this game, so I'm trying to understand this. Section 4, the establishment of educator certification fees. Are there currently fees?
Yes.
So it's just a grammatical change to put the establishment of in there. It doesn't change anything. Okay, just trying to understand this, because if it was new fees, it should go to finance, and that's why I'm asking. Okay, thanks.
The department does this through rules, the fees.
We'll ask Mr. Appleby.
Good idea.
Good idea. Yes.
Thank you.
We will ask him. Thank you very much. Are there further? Yes, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Seems like a silly one, but are they checking? I'm looking at number 3, the establishment implications secure system of accessing findings of abuse for individuals. Is this the teacher being abused or the teacher applying for a job being abused? I'm confused as to who's being abused. I think I know, but.
Well, judging from the, this is a good question for the department, for Attorney Fenton.
Thank you.
Yeah. Judging from the section, it's dealing with children.
Yes, Representative Lekis.
Thank you. The amendment that you gave us, is this a new one that you came up since this was passed in the Senate?
Correct. It was presented to me by the department.
Thank you.
Further questions of Senator Khan? Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, Steve Appleby, and I don't know if Diana, do you have to be here too, or can we do you in tandem here? Okay. Okay, both are here for technical assistance. Are there questions of the department? Representative Tanner?
Thank you. The NASTech, we're already a member of that group?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So we haven't been doing a check of applicants through that organization. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, sorry for the confusion. I'm Steve Appleby, Division Director, Department of Ed. What we're adding in here is the use of social security numbers. So today, we do check the list and we do ask for social security numbers, but in full disclosure, there was nothing in statute that told us we could. So GELCAR suggested we add that
Okay.
to a statute, but we have been checking, we've been a member for probably decades.
Okay. I just, in the meantime, had looked up their website, and they have a educator misconduct lookup on there, and New Hampshire's not participating in that. Is there any reason that we're not participating in it?
I was unaware of that. We are.
Oh, okay.
So I will check with them.
Okay, yeah, it's not listed on their area, so, but that's one of the things that will help us as far as criminal background checks and checks with people coming into the state.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, for the record, Diana Fenton, I'm an attorney for the Department of Ed. New Hampshire is a member of NASDAQ. NASDAQ is the national group that tracks educator misconduct. So while the state of New Hampshire, through the Department of Ed, maintains the revoked and suspended educator list, the national group is NASDAQ, and states can be members. New Hampshire is an active participating member. We have been checking NASDAQ routinely and regularly. However, the law provides that if we use social security numbers, which we can either check by date of birth or social security numbers. There's a law that says if you use social security numbers, you have to put that in you have to have statutory authority to do so. So that's really what this measure is addressing.
Are there further questions of the department?
I'm happy to address Representative Nelson's question that he asked of Senator Khan.
Yeah, that'd be fine. And
Sure.
then we'll have Representative Luno after Representative Nelson's question.
So to address the amendment that Senator Khan kindly brought forward pursuant to the department's request, this would give the Department of Education access to other states' DCYF or their equivalent, the Division of Children, Youth, and Families, their central registries for abuse and neglect. This legislative body last session passed a law which allowed the Department of Education to work with its sister state agency, DCYF, to gain access to the central registry. It's important to recognize that findings on the central registry for abuse are not necessarily criminal. They are administrative, so they would not necessarily show up on a criminal background check. For either employment or credentialing purposes. The department felt that it was a kind of a common sense safe measure to work with our sister state agency. While we were working on that bill and putting that in place, and we were continuing to work on building that infrastructure, we were advised that an individual from Massachusetts who was on the Massachusetts DCF, their version of DCYF, their central registry, came to New Hampshire and is licensed to teach in the state of New Hampshire and was employed as a teacher in the state of New Hampshire. We took the measures that we had to internally to address that situation, but in doing so, we began talking to our counterparts in Massachusetts, and they agreed to work with us to allow the New Hampshire Department of Education access to the Massachusetts DCF registry. It's a pretty exciting step, to be honest with you, because the Massachusetts Department of Education doesn't even have access to that list. I hope this isn't being recorded and watched in Massachusetts. So we, I think, are in a unique position, all jokes notwithstanding, to really strengthen the security by which we issue a credential. And it's important to recognize that school districts don't have access to the central registry of DCYF. They're not a sister state agency. They can't access that, but the department can. And so when we look at this language, Representative Nelson, to address your question, we would be looking at the applicant's name to see if the applicant has had a finding of abuse in either New Hampshire DCYF or Massachusetts DCF registry.
You follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I was a child and I was abused,
Yes.
would that show up?
By name, most likely not. The names of the individuals are either abbreviated or redacted, but when we have access to the central registry, and to be honest with you, I've never personally seen the central registry. The reason is I'm not authorized. We limit within our MOU, we limit the authorization to have access to it. So we at the Department of Education had to sign some agreements, confidentiality agreements. It's covered in the memorandum. I don't have access to it. I'm not one of the authorized people who has access. Same thing with Massachusetts. But I can assure you both states take the precautions they have to deal with that situation. But what we're looking for is the name of the person who is applying to teach. We're not looking for the details of the offense.
Can I just, thank you. I guess how it's worded is just, I'm sorry for a crazy question. You're going after, I understand, as a teacher. Have I ever, I assume, have you ever abused anybody?
Correct.
But how it's reading, you could say, was I ever abused by somebody else growing up? And I'm not a teacher.
So I appreciate that question, and I have from time to time been guilty of really bad writing. So I appreciate the opportunity to look at it. I think and I'm happy to reword it. But when you look at it in totality, it's looking for a finding of abuse for people who are applying to teach. And so when I think when you look at it outside of this amendment and put it in totality, hopefully it makes sense, but I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. Happy to work on that.
Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And actually, the back and forth between Representative Nelson and Attorney Fenton, I think, helped address my questions that I was thinking. But Attorney Fenton, you do refer to the NASDAQ as essentially having findings. They're not necessarily criminal, but they're findings.
Correct.
Does it also contain anything prior to a finding, maybe that an investigation is pending or hasn't been completed on an individual?
It could, yes. So my understanding of NASDAQ, and it's unique because every state puts their own information in, and so every state kind of has their own rules by which they decide what they enter. But for example, with New Hampshire, if someone is under investigation, and that is a term of art pursuant to our administrative rules, we enter that person into NASDAQ. Okay. So other states would see that person is under investigation. And then when that investigation is closed, if it's not founded, we remove them. If it's founded, we make that notation. And I know other states probably follow similar guidelines, and other states might just put in the findings.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Steve, on the amendment, or Diane, I'm trying to figure out why we have to, to access findings of abuse of these individuals, we have to have a MOU by the governor and council. Yeah. When we could put that in statute or some, why this route that you've got here, and how would that MOU be put together?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. The reason for the approval by governor and council is because we have to recognize this is an interstate agreement. It is not just New Hampshire DOE working with New Hampshire DCYF. This is the state of New Hampshire entering into an agreement with the state of Massachusetts. And that's why my understanding is the governor and council approval is required. In terms of the memorandum of understanding, I can tell you that that is a great document for the department to have. It really lays out, it's kind of a contract, right? It's somewhat of a contract. It lays out the understanding from both parties, and we have both commissioners sign it. Even though not, I don't think it was required, but we entered into a memorandum of understanding with New Hampshire DCYF to just lay out how this was going to work and what the expectations of both parties were. So as a practical matter, I think it really helps facilitate the end objective and the end goal. And it is the state version of a contract, for lack of a better term.
So, so we're going to have to possibly set up MOUs with 49 states?
Well, we're going to start with one, with Massachusetts. I don't know if the vision is having this be nationwide. we have entered into a discussion with Massachusetts, and Massachusetts has agreed to do this. But other states don't have to do this. When I went to write this law, I will tell you I was kind of stymied because I said to my co-counsel, I said, I can't write a law that binds another state. I can't write a law that says Massachusetts shall enter into this agreement. And so this was the best language I could come up with. I don't know if the vision is to expand this to all 50 states, but it certainly would be the department's hope to start with Massachusetts and potentially add on Maine and Vermont. For our purposes of licensing people, that makes it's a common sense approach to this situation that we're dealing with.
It's too bad it's not a national deal. We know with our intergovernmental school districts, those are approved by Congress, not through an MOU. And if we're dealing with teacher applicants or folks we're looking at from all over this country, it seems to me, wouldn't it be wiser to have something done on the national level, maybe through one of these organizations you're speaking of, than to do it individually, with Maine and then Mass and then everybody else?
Ideally, my wish list would be that we could work on a national level on this.
Yeah.
And I think maybe someday that's possible. But working with the here and now, with what we have,
Yeah.
I think this is a really great start. And when we share this idea with other people, they go, oh yeah, why wouldn't you have access to New Hampshire DCYF and Massachusetts? It's a great opportunity. And so I do think Massachusetts has given us a wonderful opportunity. I would be remiss if we missed that chance. And maybe someday it could go on a national level. We're just not there quite yet.
Well, we do have a federal DOE.
We do.
Okay.
If you keep giving me different ranks, maybe I could approach them. So.
Well, you want to be governor or what?
No, not today.
Not today. Okay. Okay, Representative Lekes.
Thank you. I was just looking at the wording, and I don't know if this actually makes sense, but I was wondering if you changed in line 4 the word for to by, it would be findings of abuse by individuals on the central registry. It all depends upon where you put your commas, which there aren't any. And so
I appreciate that. I think you might have just solved my problem.
okay,
Thank you for the wordsmithing.
That's right. I'll take all the help I can
Are
get.
there further questions from the department? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. We don't have any other cards on 350 up here. So we'll close this and go into 352. Welcome again, Representative Khan. Yep. You're going to speak 10 minutes on this one. We'll do what your group downstairs does, 5 minutes.
You could stop listening after the first one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Jay Kahn from Keene, and 352. The reason this came forward is we have been adjusting our procedure for criminal history record check. We've been doing that in at least the last few years, last 4 years, and I'm sure the department probably feels like it's every year. And they've been doing that in collaboration with the Department of Safety, so that they can do those criminal history background checks, do the FBI check across the state. By the way, you also have present today Kristen Shea from the Department of Safety. So if you wish to query their processes for sharing this information with the Department of Education for certification and licensure purposes, you can do that. What the department called to my attention was that we were, I mean, you know the problem that there is with substitute teachers. We know that districts have really struggled during the pandemic to have sufficient coverage. And substitute teachers are often trying to fill in their schedule by offering to be substitutes in multiple schools. And those schools could be in multiple districts, but under the same SAU. And this bill tries to anticipate that kind of situation, that a SAU and that school superintendent could do that background check, maintain that record of the background check, and then that teacher could be authorized to substitute at any of the locations, school buildings within that SAU. So that's the intention here. I hope the words and the punctuation is adequately done to, and I'll claim that I've read this more often than anyone else and should have caught them if, but the department is here to, and Diana Fenton, I think, is the person who worked this out with different education organizations to bring this forward to the Senate. So we're glad to answer any questions, but I think the department's in a good position to answer those. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Senators Khan? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. And I don't know if this question is for you. Is there a reason why it isn't across other SAUs?
Yeah.
I think I can't answer.
Okay.
I have a similar type question where we use substitutes where I am that come from the other side of the river. So is there any, if a criminal check is done in Vermont, is that good for just coming across the river and working? Hey, I see Miss Shea back there shaking her head. No. Okay. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Is there any desire to have the Department of State? Yes, Representative Mullen, I knew you'd be the first one.
Very good.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
If you'd like me to, I can step up. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. Is this on? Red is on, right? Okay. My name is Vic Muzzy. I'm a captain with the state police in charge of the Justice Information Bureau, which includes the Criminal Records Unit. So I think we've got two questions. I'll let you decide who wants to ask first. Or
Well, if you just want to speak to some of those things that were discussed.
sure,
that'd be fine.
certainly. So I think the one question is the distribution of records, if you will, from one SAU to the other. At the moment, the FBI won't allow that. We're at their mercy. So as it stands now, there is a representative and an alternate for each SAU, which has been authorized by the FBI to receive the records for that SAU. So unless we worked out the details with the FBI, we wouldn't be able to share between districts, nor would we be able to share between states, I guess is the other part of that question. Or your question, sir.
Okay, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in to answer questions for
Yes,
us
ma'am.
today. So my question is somewhat related to Representative Cornell's question. I understand that the FBI is in charge of that decision. Are there any industries or professions? I mean, certainly education can't be the only one where somebody contracts for providing services from town to town. I mean, is there, in your estimation, is there a way that we can craft something that would allow a speech pathologist to go from community to community without requiring a background check in every community that they work in?
Presently, no, unless it was worked out through the Department of Ed, but I don't want to speak for them.
Well, we have the attorney coming up right beside you there.
Sprinting.
Sprinting as best I can.
Hi, I missed everyone in the 2 minutes I was sitting down. For the record, Diana Fenton, I'm an attorney with the Department of Education. That is a question that has been posed to the department many times, and I believe there was a House bill brought forward that would establish that study commission to look at that exact issue of professionals or individuals who are going from district to district, and could the Department of Education play a centralized role in helping to facilitate that? And so hopefully that will pass and be something that Representative Mullen and I will be working on this summer together on the committee. But this bill just deals with the substitute teachers, and it deals with a unique situation where they work in the same SAU. They work within one SAU, but there are multiple school boards and districts within that SAU. And so it is a situation that was brought to the department's attention by the School Boards Association, and we worked with them to address this and try to craft this solution, recognizing that we need substitute teachers, and we need substitute teachers who have mobility. And so this is kind of a small step to address a big problem. And it would be limited to only that SAU to alleviate substitute teachers from having to undergo multiple checks within one SAU. And at the same time, our hope is that it does not violate any of the FBI regulations, because there is no dissemination of the record. It's all housed within the SAU. It's just recognizing that this person has been cleared, and it's not necessary to undergo the multiple checks.
Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I don't know if this is best addressed to Captain Mazzy or Ambassador Fenton or the prime sponsor, but so you have a substitute teacher who has been cleared by one or more districts or SAUs, whatever. So they've had their background check and they're cleared, and they go on spring break to Florida and they get into trouble. You can fill in the blank, but some felony that they're charged with and convicted of in Florida or wherever. So if does this conviction, felony conviction scenario, do the folks in New Hampshire ever find out about that? You see my question here?
I do, and that's an issue that is discussed quite a bit when this topic comes up. I think the short answer to your question is no. Based on that scenario, that person could come back, go back to work, and it would not necessarily be known. In all fairness, there is a program at DOS. Is it RAPback or RAPback?
Yes.
Which one?
It's
is
a
it?
wrap back.
So there's a program called a RAPback, and some states, New Hampshire is not one of them, but there is a program, and I think in a few years this legislative body will hear of it. There is a program by which those out-of-state offenses would be automatically sent to the state where the individual holds a license. And some states participate in that program. So for example, the state of Pennsylvania, every Monday, the Pennsylvania Department of Education gets a list of licensed professionals, whether it's teachers or lawyers or whatever, who have been arrested in the state of Pennsylvania. And that's part of their program of maintaining their licensure. And other states have it on a national level that they would receive that information. New Hampshire is not one of them, but my understanding is that something DOS is
We're looking at it, yep.
Thank you.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So are you talking about substitutes that have the same employer? So, for example, like, Kearsarge or, that has 8 towns in their district, and they have an elementary school in like 3 different towns and whatever, but the superintendent basically is in charge of the district and is the employer. I mean, the school board's the employer, but the superintendent would be the person that does the receives the criminal background check. So what you're saying is this bill simply states in statute that if they're within that district, and where you have like the Dresden district up in Hanover, you have Norwich, Vermont and Hanover, New Hampshire, but they have the same employer. Does that apply there as well?
Correct. I think that it would. I mean, the example that the School Boards Association always gives is the Goffstown, right? Come join us. You stay right there. Okay, very well. Come right in the middle.
Becky Wilson, School Boards Association. So the catalyst for this bill really is that the criminal background check for SAU employees that go to multiple districts, thanks. SAU 24, for example, is made up of Stoddard, John Stark, Henniker, and Ware school districts. But there's only one designee or superintendent who obtains the criminal background check for a substitute employee for all of those school districts. And because the same person previously, the way the current rule is, has to apply for that criminal background check for that substitute for each district, the same person is getting the exact same report 4 or 5 times. And then bringing that information, not the actual physical background check, but just the information from that to the multiple school boards to get permission to hire that person. So we're trying to just eliminate the same person getting multiple copies and having to pay the fee, for example, to get the additional copies for the information that they got 2 days ago for the same person, so that that person can sub at Ware and then the next day sub in Henniker. It's not about multiple people getting copies of the criminal background check. It's not about the copies going anywhere. It's just that the same person and that designee is getting the same thing over and over.
What a complex issue. If I'm working in a career technical education center, and we're talking about regional agreements now, which may involve multiple different districts, how's the getting a substitute going to relate in terms of, if they're approved in one of those sending districts, are they good for all the other districts? Because they're all part of that regional agreement.
Thank you for the question. CTE centers, I think, would be a little bit different. However, who is the employer would be the question, and what school board would approve that person's contract. Even though the substitute may only be getting one criminal background check and that's going to one superintendent, each district still is hiring that person under a separate contract potentially, or under a substitute contract. So it would really, that person would not travel, for example, from CRTC to Sugar River Valley as a substitute. Those are 2 totally different employers and different, completely different SAUs. So those career technical ed centers are still covered under those SAUs, and they would still need 2 different background checks.
Crazy. Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So I understand the legislation. I definitely, based on what I'm hearing, I definitely support it. I just wanted to go back to Representative Moffat's question. So, and regarding this wrap back program. So right now, as it stands with these substitutes, they'll be checked again under this bill every 3 years. Is that correct? So we may not catch it in year 2 or 3, but we would catch it at the 3rd year. And then I just wanted to clarify, we've discussed it before and I'm drawing a blank. Any of our teachers or certified staff that we hire, do we run the background check when they're initially hired, but we don't do that again? Or is that based on individual school policy? Yeah. Okay.
That would be a good question for the department as we move into the cycles of criminal background checks being with the licensing piece. But yes, I mean, when you first are employed, you are getting that criminal background check through your employer.
May I follow up?
Go ahead.
May I just ask how we came up with the 3-year point to check it? Why not 2 or whatever?
That's
4?
the cycle for your licensure through the department. In terms of your educational license, it's good for 3 years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
3 years or 5 years?
3.
Wow. What happens if you have a life ticket?
I wish thank you for the question. I wish there was such a thing. I have 5 Department of Ed
Well, I do have one
certifications.
from
It's
South
a lot
Dakota.
to make up in 3 years. Anytime.
Representative Nelson.
Great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. As a retired special ed teacher, I live near 3 SAUs. So I go through the process to go to one of them, and they only want me 3 days a week. And all of a sudden I get called from another one. Would I come? It's an emergency situation. I have to wait for the check to go through. How long does that all take?
Thank you for the question. Some of that might be a Department of Safety question. It really depends, I think, on capacity of doing the criminal background checks. Time of year plays a big part of that. We often, when we're hiring people at the SAU level in the fall or in August, the background checks take longer because there's a lot of districts that are doing a lot of hiring during that time. It just really depends on capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Cornell?
Don't SAUs or schools only call people who are on their pre-approved sublist?
Thank you for the question. You would not be able to hire someone as a substitute if they weren't already employed by the district, which would require going through these channels of having to have all of this done ahead of time, yes.
Is the same process for bus drivers?
Thank you for the question. It's a little bit different, and I would defer that to the department because now they're overseeing background checks for bus drivers.
So can you get a substitute bus driver that's not in the district driving for you? There's been a real shortage of drivers here in our state.
I mean, that's really a question for the department, but they are overseeing the bus drivers. Again, you would still have to follow whatever process it is to be approved as a bus driver for that district.
Yeah.
Yes, a law was passed last legislative session, which centralized the criminal history record clearance for bus drivers within the Department of Education to address your issue of mobility, to allow bus drivers to work as substitute bus drivers in other districts. Yeah.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other cards, pink cards for this bill? Okay, we have no other cards, and we have one other bill here prior to lunch, 353, relative to Education Professional Standards Board. Senator Khan.
I'm still going to channel my inner Barbara. Can I have 30 seconds?
You need 30 seconds here?
Just, yeah.
Clerk needs 30 seconds to get the computer catching up with her.
I think you're pretty good. Yeah, you realize you are my sub,
So
right?
does this mean if a bill gets heard very quickly that
All right, I'm good.
we need to string
She's
it
good
out?
to go.
Oh, good.
Welcome, Senator. Again.
Jay Kahn, still from Keene. I do know how to get there. And back.
It's not getting there, it's getting away from there.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask Representative Ladd to accompany me to Governor and Council Transportation hearing next time. This bill was requested by the department. You can see what the composition is of the professional standards board that they use to maintain the standards of people who have been licensed. This is just because the membership of the commission is in statute, this bill is brought forward to make sure that members can serve 3 consecutive terms and not just 2. That's on line 17. It also is making some adjustments to the 21 members, but the real intent here is that what I've heard Mr. Appleby describe previously, people get familiar with their duties in 1 or 2 terms on the standards board, and their real payback is when they serve a 3rd term and are very familiar and can mentor the other newbies coming onto the board. So that's the intent. Nothing too monumental here.
Okay. Are there questions of the senator? Representative Lekes.
Just for my own personal edification, can you explain the difference between education specialists and instructional specialists?
No.
Okay, but I got to notice that somebody can.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Steve?
Hello again. Thank you, Steve Appleby, Division Director, Department of Education. So to answer your question, an instructional specialist would be, for example, a reading writing specialist who works with teachers on improving their practice of how they teach reading and writing. An educational specialist, for example, would be a guidance counselor who is an educator being an umbrella term, but they don't actually teach a class, typically.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Boy, typically.
School psychologist would be another example.
Are you satisfied with that response? I'm glad you are. Representative Tanner?
I'm not quite satisfied with this response. You've got 9 members representing classroom teachers. And it says or educational, you've crossed out or educational specialists. And I understand those are people who are going to be working in a school. Is that correct? And then instructional specialists. Does that include like people from Prenda that are working in the micro schools or people who are working in charter schools who are perhaps not certified?
Good question. Thank you. And no, we actually have a category for lay people who are not certified. So there are several seats for lay folks on the PSB. The intent of line 10 of adding that language, we've been trying to update our terminology in our statutes and rules now for several years to be more in line nationally with what's used around the country. It makes it easier for license reciprocity and talking to other states. And this is just part of that ongoing SB 350 had some terminology adjustments as well. So this is just updating the terminology and making sure that we're not excluding certain classes of license holders. Under the current statute, we're excluding instructional specialists. So the intent here was just to add that in so that those folks can serve as well.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
So when you talked about instructional specialists before, it sounded like it included consultants to come in to help teachers teach, for example, reading that perhaps they would have for professional development classes or
So reading writing specialist, for example, that is a licensed position.
yes.
So we hand out a license for reading writing specialist. Math specialists, we have a license. So that's what that's referring to, is those licensed individuals who work in a school and work with teachers, but are not themselves directly teaching.
Okay, and just one other follow-up. So I quickly went on the professional standards boards, and there's there's like 3 vacancies under that particular part, and 2 vacancies under higher ed and educational administration. Can you explain why there are possibly vacancies and what can be done to fill those vacancies?
Yes. Thank you for the question. So, one of the issues that we've run into the last several years is, this is a fairly significant time commitment of those who volunteer to be on the Professional Standards Board. And certainly, with the pandemic and everyone being really pulled in many, many directions, we saw a drop off in applicants. We've since seen that pick back up, and there are actually a number of applications at the state board level waiting to be vetted and reviewed by the state board and voted on. So I would anticipate those vacancies over the next few months will be filled for the fall.
Are there further questions of Mr. Appleby? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As a follow-on to Representative Tanner's question, and I may be getting at existing language as opposed to amended language, but looking at lines 9 and 10 in Roman 1B, 9 members representing classroom teachers, education specialists, or instructional specialists. That would it be your interpretation of that line that that could mean 9 members representing just instructional specialists?
Yes, that would be possible. However, the state board would have to appoint them. So, but that would be possible.
Okay, so a follow-up on that?
Yes.
Would it be more consistent with the legislative intent of lines 9 and 10 for the 9 members to be representing classroom teachers and education specialists and instructional specialists?
I don't know as I can answer that. I think that would work as well. I don't
So-
know in practice if there's any difference.
Well, so follow up on that. There's obviously a difference because the amendment is introducing this instructional specialist, and you've defined that there's a difference between an instructional specialist and an educational specialist. And I guess, you know, a question would be, how is it currently done in practice right now with these 9 members representing classroom teachers or education specialists, reading from the existing language?
So individuals holding certificate credentials in one of those areas apply to be on the Professional Standards Board, and the State Board of Education vets those applications and votes on those applications to appoint or not to appoint to the Professional Standards Board.
All right, so a follow-up on that.
Go ahead.
You're using on line 9, it says 9 members representing. And so I interpreted that as maybe even somebody like Mr. Hawkins, who represents, I forget the number, 15,000 teachers from across the state. He technically is a representative of classroom teachers. So could somebody like Mr. Hawkins be a member of the board, or is it, as you've talked about, somebody that actually holds a license in those fields?
So yeah, no, it's a good question. Strictly reading this, I would say yes. Past practice, that has not been the case.
Okay. So final question, in order to line up with past practice and potentially the original legislative intent of this, would it if we got to work on this anyway, would it make sense to change the word from representing to maybe something like comprised of or consisting of, and then if they're actually have to be licensed, put licensed classroom teachers, licensed educational specialists, and licensed instructional specialists, just to be very clear?
I think that would certainly make it very clear.
Okay, thank you.
And do they have to be employed? Can they be retired? They're
They can be
licensed.
either.
They're licensed.
Well, we have many retired folks who maintain a license. We have many unemployed folks who maintain a license. So they could be retired, and so you have a license?
I could be a member,
You could. We would welcome that.
even though I'm not employed.
Yes.
Well, I get $100 a year.
Not on the PSB.
Wrong.
You get a free lunch.
Yeah. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Do they have to be a resident of New Hampshire, or could somebody from Massachusetts be one of these folks? Or Vermont?
They could be from out of state, yes.
Excuse me?
If they hold a New Hampshire license, and we have many individuals from our surrounding states,
But they have to hold a New Hampshire license.
that's been the past practice.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Again, just looking at the website, the DOE website, the Teachers and Educational Specialist Group is consisted of an out-of-district coordinator, a school counselor, a special education coordinator, a special educator, an English teacher, and a coordinator for public education and school support from NEA New Hampshire.
Yes.
I am concerned that you don't have classroom teachers there. It's a real concern of mine, and I'm wondering how we can maybe massage that particular 9 members, since we're already adding instructional specialists to that, to make sure that the representation or comprised of has an adequate amount of classroom teachers, licensed classroom teachers.
Yep, thank you. I share your concern, but I can tell you as a practical matter, the hardest category for us to recruit members to the PSB is from classroom teachers, because typically for them to attend a meeting, it entails them, their principal replacing them for the day in their classroom every month. And we've heard that that is a real block to many teachers wanting to serve on the professional standards board, because a substitute teacher has to be brought in to replace them for the day or for part of the day.
Yes, go ahead.
Is there any possibility to move the meeting time so it doesn't require during the day, or
Then we run into a problem with the CBAs.
or talk to the Retired
Yeah,
Teachers
that's-
Association?
That's a great point. Retired, yes.
Okay, are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other people who would like to speak on this bill, 353? Not seeing any. We will close this hearing. Yeah, lunch start back up at 1 o'clock.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe we can work on it.
I, thank you very much. I think most of the committee is back. And we have before us to start things off this afternoon, Senate Bill 386, relative to the determination of state adequate education grants and chartered public school tuition amounts. And I will call on the prime sponsor, Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the House Education Committee. I am Erin Hennessy. I represent Senate District 1, which is the northern half of Grafton and all of Coos County. And we do still have snow in some areas. I am here to introduce Senate Bill 386, which was a request of the Department of Education and does some technical fixes. And I will defer any questions to the department. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the most succinct testimony we've had today. Thank you. I see no questions on that testimony, so I will call on our next guest, Ms. Caitlin Davis from the department.
Now it's on. Okay, it's red. Good afternoon. We asked over the summer a group of legislators to submit this bill on behalf of the Department of Education because it's been a long-standing issue for the department. In 2013, the Department of Education had an audit from the LBA relative to the adequate education funding formula, and they identified a few errors or issues that they found in the law that made the law either confusing to implement or were relatively unclear. We at that time had legislation proposed to amend the law, and unfortunately that proposed legislation did not go through. We proposed it again, maybe in 2016 or 17, I forget which year. And then again, last year, we tried to attach it to a different funding bill. And that different funding bill ended up being ITL'd. So as a result of that, the amendment that we had tried to get through did not go through. So here we are almost 10 years later, still trying to get through some legislation, mostly clarifying and adding the word "the" or amounts and things like that as a result of this LBA audit. The most important thing for the committee to understand relative to this bill is it does not change the calculation of the formula at all. And this is probably the only time I've ever seen a bill that has changes to the section of the law around the funding formula that does not have a fiscal note. And we tried to work very hard on this to make sure it didn't have a fiscal note. Because we wanted to make sure that this would finally, hopefully, get through on behalf of the department, so we could feel like we had complied with this outstanding or long-standing LBA audit. So I will take any questions from the committee.
Any questions? Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and over here. You know, on page 3. On line 15, or that section, B, for the purpose of calculating, it's shall count as an additional 0.15 pupil, and they're taking a course. Now, if they're taking multiple courses, is that 0.15 per course?
Yes, per course. I also want to point out that the way that the law works right now is a school district only receives adequate education funding for homeschool kids taking courses if there's excess appropriation in the state budget. This law was changed in maybe 2015 to include this language. However, we've only paid homeschool funding to school districts probably 3 times in that time period because those were the years that had excess funding in the budget for homes in the adequacy formula. But this does not change the way that the formula is calculated at all.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Waltz.
Thank you. So I'm the newbie on this committee, so I don't know everything everybody else does, but what is the definition of a chartered public school?
So a chartered public school is a school that has been authorized by either the State Board of Education or a local school district to operate a chartered public school. There are some laws that require or that define what a charter school is and the various different things that a school must do to operate in compliance with the law. Many of those charter schools in New Hampshire are operated by an independent organization, a nonprofit usually, or actually not usually, always, because it's required in law for it to be a nonprofit. And they are funded by the state of New Hampshire. There's no tuition that are charged to any schools, or to any parents that are New Hampshire residents for children participating in those charter public schools. It's actually very common confusion that charter schools charge tuition, but they do not for participation for New Hampshire resident children.
Follow up?
So I'm probably misreading this, but I'm looking at page 1, I guess it is, line 5 and 6, and it looks to me like you're expanding the funding you're expanding funding of kindergarten to chartered schools in a way that's not currently there. Am I misreading that?
So the current law for chartered public schools actually reaches back to the traditional adequacy funding formula, and then there is this section that was not updated when when full day kindergarten went through. We have asked at the department several times if the charter schools are eligible for full day kindergarten funding, and it was determined that this was always to include charter schools, but this right here was just not updated in that section of the law. So that is then the ongoing interpretation of that.
So do kindergartners in a charter school currently receive this funding?
Yes, the department has been paying full day kindergarten funding for all public school kids that attend full day kindergarten. The department has been funding them at full day.
Okay, so we're not changing the funding anywhere in any way, anywhere in this bill.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Ellison?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Caitlin, for taking my question. On page 3, lines 13 and 14, it talks about a charter conversion school.
Yes.
Was this language included in all previous requests under this, or is this a new part of the request?
The charter school conversion law currently exists. We are just updating the words amounts and annual amounts and whatnot in there. There is other legislation that is making its way through, I believe, the House or the Senate to change the way that charter conversion schools work, but that is not reflected in this bill. So this does not change conversion schools at the moment.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Hobson.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. You had submitted a formula sheet from the LBA for at the beginning of my term on education.
Yes.
And I understand that there's one for charter schools as well. I was wondering if you could forward that to us?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Legis.
Thank you. I'm just curious about the ADMR and why, where, and what for.
Sure. So the formula right now is calculated by ADMR. The formula, the way it works is we look at the number of kids. So ADMR stands for average daily membership and residence, as opposed to average daily membership and attendance. That's ADMA. And the thing that is confusing that I want to point out to the committee is that even though for ADMA, the average daily membership in attendance uses the word attendance, it has nothing to do with the amount of time a child is either absent or attending school. So the formula is not modified for a child being absent 10 days of a year. So we do not change the funding formula for that. Right now, the formula uses the word ADMA. However, then it goes on to talk about calculating the kids in a resident town, and the way that the formula works, we also then net any statewide education property tax swept amount against adequate education grants before we pay the grants, and we do actually make the payment to the school district where the child is attending. However, because of that swept piece and we need to go back to the residential side of the formula, that's why we need to do the initial calculation by ADMR and then make the payment in line with ADMA. So this is how the department has been paying the formula or calculating the formula for 14-ish years now, but it's just kind of one of those things where the math on the paper doesn't work.
Thank you.
Anything further? Seen nothing. Thank you very much. And now you can head down to the Senate.
Thank you.
So we'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 386, and we have about 15 minutes until our next bill. Clock on the wall says 1:30 or thereabouts. So it is time for Senate Bill 410 relative to the public comment periods at school board meetings and the meetings of the State Board of Education. And with that, I'll call on the prime sponsor, Senator Carson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the House Education Committee. For the record, my name is Sharon Carson, and I have the pleasure of representing Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have this afternoon for your consideration Senate Bill 410, which is relative to the public comment periods at school district meetings and the meetings of the State Board of Education. This bill has been changed from what I had originally filed. And I think, as all of you probably know, that tends to happen during the legislative process. But the one part that was extremely important to me was the part dealing with comment periods at school district meetings. One of the things that we saw happening this summer, and I saw it in my own district, and that I really became very concerned about, was the fact that parents were not allowed to speak at these public meetings of our school board. And quite frankly, I think if they had been allowed to speak, to voice their concerns to the school board, all the ensuing drama would not have happened. And so I had been asked by a group of parents to attend our school board meetings, and I went to a couple, and I was really surprised at how dismissive the school board was towards the parents. I even witnessed a school board member try to use 91A to stop a parent from speaking. And I became very concerned at that point, because I knew it was a misuse of the law. My other hat, I chair Senate Judiciary, and we tend to get all the 91A bills. So I'm pretty familiar with what 91A is and how it works. But there just seemed to be a huge disconnect between the school board members and the parents. And I tried to remind them that they're not there to represent the interest of the school. Their job is to represent the parents. And how can you do that if you're not even listening to the parents, or even giving them an opportunity to speak? So that's why the legislation was filed. I think that we've learned a couple of lessons from all the COVID procedures and policies that we've gone through. And I think it's really great that parents are really starting to pay attention to what is going on in their schools. What are their children being taught? And we've got to try to strike a balance, because we can't, in many ways, stand in the way of teachers and them doing their job as well. So what I see what this bill doing is really saying that they shall provide the opportunity for the public to comment, and that it shall not be less than 30 minutes. They can request that someone register in advance, but not require pre-registration as a condition of speaking. Because one of the things I found out was that some school boards say you have to sign up a few days ahead of time, and you have to tell them what you want to speak about. I don't feel that that's appropriate. I feel that any parent, any taxpayer in the community has the right to address the school board over any issue that they feel is appropriate. That's why you have these public meetings. Some other things happened in my community. Subcommittees were put together without public notice. They were getting advice from this subcommittee about COVID protocols, and nobody knew who these people were, because they weren't even meeting in public. So it just got uglier and uglier and uglier. And I really believe that if they had a dialogue, that maybe a lot of this would not have happened. But you've got to give the parents and the taxpayers the opportunity to address the school board. I think we all know sometimes people say things we don't like, but that's part of the job. We're here to listen, just as they're here to listen to the people. So again, it goes on to say that nothing in this section shall restrict school boards from establishing other reasonable standards for the public comment period, provided that such standards are imposed equally on all speakers. So that is the part that I can speak to. Again, the bill was changed. I had two other sections to the original bill. One dealt with school charters. We do have a few school districts that are governed by charter, and there doesn't seem to be a way for the charter to change. And I speak to the town of Londonderry, where the last time that they really had the charter open was in the late 1980s. And a lot of the parents were complaining that, why aren't we opening the charter? Why aren't we talking about some of these things? And so, but unfortunately, Senate Education took that one out. And there was a section on ethics that would require school boards to all have a code of ethics. I just think that when everybody knows what the rules are, everybody tends to play a little better. And so this bill is an attempt to get school districts and parents talking to each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Senator. So I was on the school board in my town for about 6 years, and I'm still not able to articulate where the conversation, the dialogue that you mentioned can actually happen. I know that there is public comment periods, but at what point, how would a parent or parents or even audience members actually engage in a dialogue back and forth? When does that happen, and how can that happen?
Thank you for your question. It can happen at every meeting. School districts, school board meetings publish an agenda. And so any member of the public in that community can look to see what's on the agenda. And they might want to offer a comment, or they might want to offer what they think about what they're going to be talking about. So that's really where it starts, is being open and being transparent, letting the parents know what they're going to be talking about. So if a parent chooses to, they can attend that meeting. And by requiring them to have at least 30 minutes where they can, where the public can address them, that's where the dialogue can start.
Follow.
Thank you. So specifically, I think sometimes parents would like to get an answer to a question. And we hear that that's a meeting in public versus a public meeting or a non-meeting. How do we get the responses back? Is that a special meeting or a hearing? Do you know?
Thank you again for the question. It's really kind of interesting for me, because if we elect these school board members, they're there to do a job, and if a member of the public comes to them and asks a question, they should be able to answer that question. Why, unless you're asking for something very specific where they have to go and look for it, that's a different issue. But they can say, look, I don't have that information. I will get back to you. Leave your name and your telephone number, your address, and we'll get that information and we'll send it to you. There's no reason why you can't give information. It doesn't have to be necessarily at a meeting. What it is saying the parents have the right to come here and they have a right to ask questions. I know at our school board meeting, we have both our superintendent, our vice superintendent, we have our finance director, and the attorney. Between all of them, they should be able to answer a question. Thank you.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I generally support the bill. The bill as written. I'm interested in your comment or comments on the 30 minutes. I mean, let's theoretically, and this happens in a number of school board meetings, you set a 30-minute limit and you say there are 10 people and you know ahead of time, or at least 10 people want to speak. You give everybody 3 minutes. One of the observations I have of the school board meetings in the last year is people wanted to speak as long as they wanted to speak, and 3 minutes would not be sufficient. It may well have been 2 hours would not be sufficient. How do you deal under this set of circumstances with that kind of frustration, which is I have a right to talk to the board as long as I want to talk to the board, and you cannot limit the amount of time that I have to ask questions or whatever.
Thank you for the question. We're talking about having an opportunity to speak. It is going to be the purview of the chair to decide what those parameters are. So if you have 10 people show up, they're going to speak and you tell them right from the very beginning, we have a lot of people that would like to speak. I'm going to treat everyone the same. Everyone's going to get 3 minutes. And that's it. We do that here. When we get huge public hearings where we have to go over to Reps Hall because we've got so many people. And oftentimes we will put people on a timer and we'll say, we want to get through everyone. We want to hear from everyone. So we're going to have a 3-minute time limit. You can, please talk to us. Don't read whatever. If you've got something that you've written down, don't read it. Please try to paraphrase, or we will ask, well, okay, we're going to do the 3 minutes. Please don't repeat what other people have said. And it works. And I mean, again, it's the purview of the chair. I don't want the state micromanaging school boards either and telling them this, this, and this. We have 30 minutes. Oftentimes, a chair of a committee will schedule a public hearing for a half an hour. And sometimes it might take 15 minutes. Sometimes it's 2 hours later. It's kind of difficult to judge how long how many people are going to show up. And so just 30 minutes gives them an opportunity for people to come in and talk if they want to. It's up to the chair to put those parameters around them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Bohm?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Carson. One of the problems I see with this, it doesn't say when. For example, I know in our school board meeting, people can talk at the beginning and at the end, and I've known some school boards, and I've seen press on it, only say you can do the public comments at the end of their meeting, which could be midnight.
Mm-hmm.
So shouldn't be a comment, in your legislation here, that at the beginning of the school board meeting?
Thank you, Representative. In the original language, it was 30 minutes at the beginning of the hearing. But again, there are some districts that will allow comment at the end as well.
Right.
So again, I guess they're trying not to micromanage and just say 30 minutes and leave it up to the chair to decide if it's at the beginning or at the end. But if this committee chooses to change that, then that's the purview of this committee.
Yeah, because one of the comments that I've heard from other school boards of people complaining about them, they'll do the 30 minutes or comments at the end of the meeting, which means it's got to be midnight,
Mm-hmm.
So it's a way of not allowing comments.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Hall?
It says public comment period shall be no less than 30 minutes. I attended hundreds of school board meetings and there was no public comment. Does that mean they have to set it and sit and wait 30 minutes? If there's, if they have to keep it open as a public comment, or if there's no one there, or one comment and move on?
Again, thank you for the question, Representative. It is saying no less than 30 minutes. So it will be a 30-minute block of time that will be available to the public should they choose to address the school board. There are going to be people, there are going to be time when you're going to get a lot of people, there are going to be times when nobody shows up. But I truly believe that that time should be set aside for the public to come in if they choose to address the school board.
Representative Waltz?
I'm on the same line, and that is, you've got large communities in your district where you're likely to get a large turnout. I'm in the same district as Representative Holland. One of our communities is only about 2,000 people. And if we have to set aside 30 minutes and say one person shows up, do they get to monopolize that 30 minutes? Does the board have to sit and listen to them for a full 30 minutes? Or can we amend this and say 30 minutes unless there's fewer than 3 people there, so that we're only really looking at maybe somebody being, I could see in a small town, you've got some maverick who shows up every single week, takes that 30 minutes and monopolizes it for 30 minutes every single week. The board sits there and listens to him, and nobody else bothers to show up. That, to me, is almost abusive of the process and of the board. So I'm trying to figure out how this would work in small communities.
Thank you for the question. Again, I speak to not micromanaging, and it's going to be the purview of the chair, how to manage that 30 minutes. If they want to allow someone to speak for 30 minutes, that's their decision. But I would imagine that a lot of school board chairs wouldn't allow something like that and would put some sort of parameter around it, so you don't have one person dominating the whole process. But again, I don't see a way how we can do something like that, because you might have someone who's, I want to go to the school board meeting tonight. I want to get up there and I want to talk about this particular issue. I'm on my way home from work. I'm running late. I got, they're going to shut it off, say at 7:30, and I walk in the door at 7:25 and find out, well, we had one person here and they spoke and that was it. Your opportunity to speak is now gone. So by leaving it open and letting the chair decide how they want to manage that time, I think is the appropriate way to go.
Representative Porter, I'm sorry, follow up?
It's pretty hard as it is to get people to volunteer for these spots. And we've had a lot of elections in our communities that were unopposed because you can barely get enough people to run. If you're expecting school board members to basically have to sit there an extra half hour, even if nobody's showing up, don't you think that's going to even make it harder to convince people that want to serve on boards these days, when these meetings are automatically a half hour longer, even if nobody shows up to testify?
Thank you, Representative. These are also elected officials. They ran for office. Nobody forced anybody to do anything. They chose to run for office. And I think every single person in this room knows that there are times where it is difficult serving the people because of the time demands on all of us. But we know what we sign up for. And part of our job, and a big part of our job, is to listen to the people, to listen to our constituents, the people that put us here. And quite frankly, if you don't have 30 minutes to listen to people, maybe some people should really rethink whether or not they should be running for office. We need dedicated individuals, and I don't care what party they belong to, because school boards are nonpartisan, who care about our kids and who want to work with parents to better their children's education. And if they can't spare an extra 30 minutes of their time, then maybe they should think about running for something else.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator. So I also have served on a school board. We always had a public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, a public comment section at the end of the meeting, and we limited it to 5 minutes per person. So sometimes we could be there for quite a long time if it was a large number of people, and sometimes there was nobody to speak at all. Would you consider, or would you be amenable to some sort of language in this bill that allows the school board to continue with its business if there's no public comment, no one available for public comment? And then if someone shows up, they could allow that public comment? Because to be honest, there were meetings when we were done in 45 minutes. And yes, we are elected officials, but we are volunteers, and it's hard to find those volunteers. So it just seems like it's a little bit too, you have to sit there for 30 minutes, even though there's no one that wants to speak to you, because somebody might show up at the end of the time that wants to speak to you. Seems to not be a efficient use of somebody's precious evening time that they have. So I'm just wondering if you'd be amenable to some kind of language that would allow for flexibility with the board if no one is there to speak.
Thank you, Representative. Quite frankly, this bill is in the hands of this committee, and this committee is going to amend it however they see fit. I'm one of those folks that I filed the legislation, but once it gets filed and assigned to a committee, I'm the sponsor of it, but it belongs to the committee. So you folks today are going to hear the the testimony, you're going to deliberate, and you're going to make the changes that you feel are appropriate. Thank you.
Representative Luno?
Oh, good, Representative.
Okay. Representative Lakis?
Thank you. I notice it talks about public comment period, and at our school board meeting, I heard parents go in to ask questions of the school board, and they were told, this is a public comment time. You can make comments. We're not here to answer your questions.
Representative, thank you for that question, because I heard the same thing too. And again, this is, I don't believe that there's going to be an easy answer to this, because you're dealing with the makeup of boards and the personality of the individuals that are serving on these boards. And I strongly believe myself that these are elected individuals. They are there to represent the people. That means listening to the people, engaging with the people. If the people have a question, that question needs to get answered. And if it gets answered during a public comment session, great. If they have a mechanism that you can submit questions online to the school board and we'll answer your questions, that's great too. But I just don't want to micromanage this whole process. But I realize this is a problem. It's a problem that got revealed during COVID because of kids not physically being in school. Parents were home. They were watching what their kids were doing, and they started to get upset at what they were seeing, and they wanted to engage with their school board. That is a local elected body, and they found way too many impediments in order to do that. And so many parents have stayed very engaged. You're talking about their children and their children's future, and they're very, very concerned about that. So you got to try to balance that against people who volunteer, and then getting the business done and listening to the people. I think we all know that's not really an easy balance, but we figure it out. And I think that they'll be able to figure it out as well.
Thank you.
Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for being here. And as Representative Ellis said, I think I understand the intent and also generally supportive. Leading into my question, I'll point out that the bill before this one had a half-hour block scheduled for it. We only used 15 minutes, and I agree that a good chair can manage that time. And I'm not particularly worried about scenarios about who might show up or who might. It's something, as you said, the chair could manage. My question has to do with what constitutes the public. I think that many of us are kind of assuming that those are the town folk and the citizens of the town, but sometimes educators who work at the school live outside the town limits. Some stakeholders don't live within the town. And my question is, what if there are some activists or non-residents who, are they part of the public? Can they come in and can they have some of this time?
Thank you very much for your question. Again, I see this as a management done by the chair, that you would have individuals from your community that if they wanted to speak, that they very well could speak. And it would be up to the chair whether or not they wanted to allow people who are activists from other communities to speak. Again, it's their time, and they need to we don't need to micromanage their time. They get to manage their time. If they wish to allow people who do not live in their community to speak, that's going to be up to the chair, whether or not they want that to happen.
Thank you.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. Thank you so much for bringing forth this bill. I had sat on 2 school boards during all of COVID, and it was rough. And I think part of why the people were so angry was because they weren't being heard for so long. I understand the bill is in our hands now, but I want to ask you and respect you and your wishes as the sponsor. I'm wondering if we consider changing the verbiage of public comment to even public exchange or something, but we go through a list of synonyms of something that may be a little bit more appropriate than public comment. And I understand where you're coming from with a specific amount of time. I completely get that, but I do think there are times when we would sit there doing nothing. I'm wondering if we did just put back public exchange at the beginning and the end of the meeting, but without a time limit.
Representative, as I've said, the bill is now in your hands, and your committee is going to do with the bill what you feel is appropriate. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
I think I could, thank you for taking, allowing me to speak, and thank you for taking my question, Senator. I see both sides of this. I wouldn't want to sit there for 30 minutes. Is there some way of wording this so that there's a 30-minute slot, say from 7 to 7:30, people can come and talk, but if they're not there, you can conduct regular business. I don't know how you'd word that. And all of a sudden, you're 10 minutes into the meeting, they would be able to talk. If there's nobody there, you can run the meeting, and at 7:30, you're too late.
Thank you very much for your question. Representative Nelson, I have every confidence in your chair, who is well known as being a wonderful wordsmith, to try and figure out how to get that done.
Go downstairs and tell Senator Ward that.
Oh, okay.
Further questions? You're off the hook.
I'm off the hook. See, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Look,
much.
I understand this whole 30 minutes because we in the Senate, we usually schedule our meetings 15 minutes apart. And sometimes they're like, it's an hour, maybe 2 hours later, you know, we run behind. And look, I get it, but a chair knows how to manage that time. So again, thank you all very much this afternoon. It's a pleasure to be back in
Thank you.
House Education.
Senate Ed does it in 10 minutes for each bill.
Well,
They try.
Well, there's a reason why Senator Ward is the chair of Senate Education. Take care.
Do you want? Okay, yeah, what we're going to do, because Representative Cordelli has to go downstairs to testify down there with Senate, I'm going to have him testify next, and then we'll go to Tom Dolan. How come you put down 30 minutes on your card here?
Part of that is explained in my amendment.
Your mic? Yeah.
You would think I would know. Glenn Cordelli representing Tufton Borough, Moulton Borough, and Sandwich in the beautiful Lakes region. And I agree with a lot of what Senator Carson had just said. In looking at the legislation this weekend, I had a amendment drafted, which is being passed around now. I think it does address some of the comments and questions we just heard. And I'll point that out to you if I could. On line, on second or third line of the bill, it removes the language that a public comment period shall be heard for no less than 30 minutes. And instead says the public comment periods shall be provided for public input for agenda items before board action is taken, and shall also be provided for non-agenda items of community interest. Each public comment period shall be for no less than 30 minutes unless comments are completed earlier, which I think hopefully addresses the 30-minute requirement. But also I think it's very, very important that the public has the ability to comment on agenda items before the board takes action. Very often we've seen with comment periods at the end of the meeting, someone might want to speak on something that the board is discussing or voting on, and because the comment period is at the end of the meeting, the board has already taken action without any input from the public. So that was one of the main things I wanted to address in this amendment. And in addition, It removes Section 2 of the bill as presented to us, involving the State Board of Education public comment period. I'll leave that to the State Board of Education. And I see the chairman is here and will be testifying. But I've seen many state board meeting where they've gone on for a considerable length of time with public comment, probably for longer than they would have planned or liked, the same as we do. So I think that this bill should focus on local school boards and public comment periods and allowing the public to provide input and not be prohibited from commenting on things that might be of interest to them and to the community. Thus, both the agenda items and non-agenda items provided for in the amendment. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Representative Cordelli? Pardon me? Go ahead.
I don't want to hold you up. Thank you. Thank you. My question just quickly is, with both what the senator presented and what you presented, why is it that school boards may request persons register in advance of the meeting? What would be the purpose, or what would that accomplish?
I did not strike that from the bill, but I personally would not be in favor of requiring pre-registration.
I personally would rather not even say that school boards may request that persons register in advance of the meeting. Not even comfortable with that.
If you or the committee wanted to strike that, I would have no objection.
Further comments? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Do you think register before the meeting can just mean signing up before the meeting starts so that they can call people in the order in which they signed up, so that if they got there early and signed up, they could go first rather than wait till so that it's not random, it's just an order? Because I think that's what Manchester does. They just sign up as they get there so that they have the order to call them in.
Sort of like we do with our pink cards.
Yeah.
I guess you could interpret it that way.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Dolan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Representative Tom Dolan. I am the chair of the Municipal and County Committee in the House, and I've just finished 7 terms as the town councilor in Londonderry. So last month was my last time on the committee. So the bill that I wrote is not in front of you, so I apologize for that. But I just want to talk to you about the spirit of it and what you might be able to do with it. I wrote House Bill 1195, which was very short and to the point. And it was in response to what I was observing and members of the various boards were observing, is that across our communities, the unevenness of public comment and how it's being run. In some cases, there are towns or communities that didn't allow any public comment, or in the school board scenario, they'd show up and the response they would get, "I'm sorry, you're not on the agenda. You're not going to get any public comment." And then there are some communities that I'll say use a little mischief with public comment. And what do I mean by that? There are communities that will state they're going to have public comment, but they'll hold that public comment till maybe 10 or 11 o'clock at night. And I asked, and I even queried about why are you holding public comment so late? He says, well, maybe these folks are going to go home and then we'll be done with it. So to me, that's being mischievous, and that's not the spirit of being open to the public and getting that comment that can help run a better government. So my bill was much less specific than what you have in front of you, and it basically said if you're going to run a public meeting, you got to have a period of public comment. And there were some things about how long and all that stuff, and that can be worked out. But that's basically it. Because if this passes, great. I like what Senator Carson wrote. You're going to hear from the Department of Education, School Board Association. I'm sorry, soon. Which I like what they've put out, because they talk about privacy rules around students' information and so forth, and that's important. I didn't include that in my bill, but that's important. But the issue that I'm working is broadly across all public boards in the municipality. Why should this only affect school boards? What about the planning board? What about the Conservation Commission? Why should they not have public comment? If somebody's going to put in an area of a development in an area that includes wetlands, wouldn't you want, and if you're close to those wetlands and you want to come forth and give some comment about that, you'd want to do that probably at a conservation committee meeting. But if there's no public comment, then you might not get in. You may not be able to speak. So my suggestion is for the committee is to consider what you have in front of you, consider HB 1195 as well, and perhaps put together I'd missed saying a study commission, but put together a group, maybe a committee of conference that could take a look at all these different inputs that you've got and come up with something that works for everybody. I think that's the appropriate way. I think that just focusing on school boards does address the issue that's been in the news this past 6 months about CRT and about school boards not addressing it. I mean, that's going to go away eventually. I'm talking about how do we run the state? How do we run our public meetings? And you don't want to get done with this and the folks at home say, that's great, we got the school board squared away. Now let's take all these other meetings one at a time, and there's only 19 of them, so we can have 19 bills that will affect all of them. So I would suggest you broaden your scope and include all those other public meetings where public comment is so important for the dialogue between our elected officials and the public to get that dialogue completed and in place. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Representative Bohm.
Chairman, and thank you, Chairman. As a member of the town council in Londonderry, did you have a comment period before and after or at any time in your council meetings?
Thank you, Representative. The comment question we had for the town council was typically 15 minutes, and it started right at the beginning of the meeting, and the chairman would ask for public comment, and if there was public comment, he would manage it, whether it be the next 15 minutes or the next 30 minutes. It would be up to him to manage that. And if there was no public comment, because that's come up, excuse me, that's come up here, what do we do with those extra 30 minutes? If there was no public comment, in addition to that, he would close public comment. He wouldn't make people sit there and look at their watch. He would close it. So there's a way to manage that. And at the school board, because this happens to talk a lot about school boards, the school board didn't always have public comment. They're having it now, mainly because we've kind of escalated in the town dialogue about how important it is, but they didn't always have public comment.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Barrett, Christina?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, good members of the committee, Barrett Christina, New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are in support of Senate Bill 410. I'll give you a little bit of the background as to how we got here. So initially, House Bill 1195 was heard across the hall in Senate, or excuse me, in House Judiciary. I haven't gone back and looked at my notes. I don't know if NHSBA took a position on the bill as introduced. But the House Judiciary made an amendment. I believe it was offered by Chairman Gordon, which is the iteration of House Bill 1195 that the committee is hearing right now. And which I just passed around. So you have this, so you can compare and contrast House Bill 1195, and I'll get to 410 in a minute. So that passed out of House Judiciary, passed the full House. That was just heard in Senate Ed at 1 o'clock. In the meantime, Senator Carson introduced Senate Bill 410. And I have it here as introduced. Every public comment meeting every public meeting held by a school board shall include a period for public comment, which shall be publicly noticed and shall comply with RSA 91A. Period of public comment shall be 30 minutes in length and shall be held at the beginning of the meeting of the first order of business. Some other language in there. And then it also included a school board code of ethics. I think we've had a couple bills this session that have spoken about a school board code of ethics. So NHSBA opposed Senate Bill 410. I know how this works, though, and I know that with 1195 crossing over into the Senate and it being Senator Carson's bill 410. I know chairs have some influence over their committees and perhaps some influence over the legislation that's before them. So I fully anticipated that we would have a bill, we meaning the legislature would adopt a bill relative to public comments at school board meetings. So with that in mind, the version of Senate Bill 410 that you see before you is NHSBA's language. I drafted it. We had a good conversation in Senate Ed, and this is what came out. To a couple of the comments, to the questions that were raised, 30 minutes. I mean, I don't know. I guess the bigger question is, we've had some questions or comments about should that be held at the beginning of the meeting. NHSBA would not object to that. We can pull language from 410 as introduced. It says the period for public comment shall be a minimum of 30 minutes in length and shall be held at the beginning of the meeting as the first order of business. There'd be no objection if we put that language back in. The questions about, if nobody shows up and, what do you do? Does the board have to sit there and wait for the 30 minutes? I don't know. Representative Nelson, you said, I don't know how we put that language in law. I don't either. I don't know how you could craft something reasonable that made sense. I would hope at that point, maybe some common sense would take over. And if you're 15 minutes into the meeting and somebody ran late for whatever reason, work, kids, this, that, or the other thing, presuming there aren't 100 people lined up, if you could get the chair's attention and say, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I came late. Would it be possible if I spoke for 3 minutes on this issue or whatnot? So, I'd hope that would alleviate some of the concerns if we just said at least we're going to put it in the beginning of the meeting. We had a question, Representative Moffett, I believe it was you, that said about non-residents. Are they allowed to speak? I'm aware of, I think, at least one school board in New Hampshire that I don't know if they disallow non-residents, but they give preference to residents and or people who have a direct interest in the school district. A teacher may live out of the community. They've crafted, I know they were working on it. I have to go back and see what that board may have enacted. I've done a little bit of research on the First Amendment parameters of that, and yes, you are allowed to exclude non-residents. And I'll be honest with you, so many of the disruptions that we saw at school board meetings last summer and last fall, they were from people who did not live in that community, didn't have kids that went to school in that community. Crafting that sort of policy is a little challenge because it's not just the non-residents. You have to be mindful of with our communities that do tuition agreements, right? So, it can be done, but it could be a challenge. But, you're obviously going to want to let those parents speak, even though they may not be residents. Representative Litchfield about the exchange and Representative Hodgson about the communications and dialogue between the board and members of the public. An exchange, could a board do that? Possibly, but that 30 minutes is going to turn into 3 hours real quick. My simple answer is, if you have a question and it's not being answered at the meeting, call your superintendent or your board chair the next day. If you want to have a dialogue, where people can just come and speak, if you will, NHSBA was recommending, when boards were considering the masking issue last summer, don't put that on your regular school board meeting. Maybe have 2 hours. Tonight we're only talking about masks. Tonight we're only talking about our return to school plan. It's an extra meeting. It is what it is. But if we're going to start engaging in a dialogue back and forth or an exchange, the 30, if you're limited to 3 or 5 minutes per person, that's going to be gone before you know it, and then you're only allowing 6 people to talk if it's limited to 30 minutes. That would be some of my concerns with that. I have not seen Representative Cordelli's amendment. It removes the 30 minutes. Public input for agenda items and non-agenda items. I think if we maybe did language that said the 30 minutes is at the beginning of the meeting, that may alleviate some of those concerns. But if you wanted to do some boards do a second one, first one, agenda items, the backside, either what's on your mind or a recap of what we discussed at that meeting. Again, I haven't seen the amendment. Representative Litchfield, you asked about the pre-registration language and why is that in there. Senator Carson's bill as introduced, not the current version of 410, it says the school board shall not require people who want to speak during the public comment period to register or sign in more than 2 hours in advance of the meeting. The school board may give preference in speaking to parents of children in the district or other persons who live in the district. So wanting to try and address Senator Carson's language in the original bill, that's why that language now exists in the version before you. That's the genesis of that. And last, to Representative Dolan's, comments, I think one of the other bills that we had in this committee this session, I forget what one, I think talked about a public comment period for school boards. And I said, look, if you're going to put that in the right to know law, it's got to apply to every public body, town council, city council, village districts, the water commission, so on and so forth. I think that's a different issue altogether. But again, seeing the writing on the wall and recognizing that we were probably going to get something about school board meeting, public comments at school board meetings. NHSBA worked with Senate Education. The language that you see before you is language I drafted. If there's room for amendments or you would like an amendment, let me know. I'm happy to work with the committee to smooth it out. But I think by and large, as written, hopefully it alleviates some of the concerns that we heard both in this committee and in Senate Education as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Barrett. Representative Bohm?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Wouldn't you agree that as a former member of the school board, sometimes questions can't be answered and should be referred to maybe another agenda item? And so, would you agree on that?
Thank you very much, Representative. Yeah, so at some point, sometimes the question may not, the answer may not be available right then and there. I tell boards, and we don't put this in a policy or anything, but we tell boards and superintendents, if you have the answer available, somebody's talking about, somebody's talking about the leaky roof or the new ball field or whatever, and the person making public comments says, what was our budget last year? Well, if the BA and the superintendent and the board chair, it was $20 million. So just answer the question. You don't need to, but if it's substantive, about, well, how was this curriculum chosen and how often do you review your curriculum? What considerations go into selecting your curriculum and your textbooks? Well, that may have to be a phone call and a conversation between the inquirer and either the board chair, the superintendent, or the principal or whatnot. So trying to craft into a law how you do that, it's so specific based on the question that's being asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Barrett, for taking my question. Don't want to get too far down into the weeds on this, but this is one where we need to be specific. In terms of a meeting as laid out in the amendment, there would be the public comment period before the meeting. You've got something here which says not less than 1 hour. I'm trying to figure out what the board chair does when 100 people come in and the board chair is trying to figure out how many of you want to speak.
Right.
And do I then, or does the board say, well, there's a whole lot, there aren't many. We'll do 45 minutes. We'll do 20 minutes. We'll do an hour. We'll give people 3 minutes. We'll give people 5 minutes. That will end up being the purview of the chair, basically, in your mind?
Thank you for the question, Representative. It's typically a board policy. Some policies can give the board chair flexibility relative to that. But NHSBA would advise the boards have a public comment policy. If for no other reason, it spells out the rules of engagement for the public. And we tell people, if you know you're going to have a lot of people showing up at a meeting, and by a lot, it's often, more than 5, right? We say print off a copy of your policy and put it on every chair or put it on a table so people can grab it. So they're not surprised when they're cut off at 3 minutes, or they're not surprised when they're talking about something that may or may not necessarily be on the agenda or whatnot. We think it's best done by school board policy rather than it coming back on the specific chair, the specific person making the rules on the fly. And it gives the public a clear expectation of what the rules are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Christina. I'm not trying to belabor this. I'm really just looking for an actual process. So parents have explained to me that it's very frustrating for them to go to a meeting looking for answers, and all that's available is public comment. So that does not require anyone to answer them. What my specific question is, and I know that oftentimes some things aren't available right away or inappropriate to talk about in public, what is the process for getting a back and forth? It is that, I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
No, I
I just
understand,
really don't
Representative.
know.
Sure.
Thank you.
So, thank you for the question, Representative. Does the person want a back and forth with the board, or does the person want a back and forth with somebody that can answer some of their questions? Because that's going to depend on who you contact. Call the board chair and see if you can have a conversation with him or her. Call the superintendent and see if you can have a conversation with him or her. Excuse me. If one individual wants to have a dialogue with the full board, there's got to be an expediency and efficiency aspect to this as well too. Talking about and complaining about board meetings running until 11 or 12 o'clock at night. Well, if you're doing a second public comment period at the end of your meeting, you can't do 2 hours of back and forth and public comment and conversation at the beginning of the meeting. So, there's a First Amendment principle called other avenues of communication. You can limit speech here, but you have to leave open other avenues of communication. Those other avenues of communication are a phone call, an email, whatever it may be. So, and I'm not trying to be vague, Representative. I hope you understand that as well too. But if we get into a dialogue, that 30 minutes is going to run into 2 hours, and the back end public comments is going to be at midnight. So I don't know how to rectify that per se.
Everybody please check the back of your mics to make sure they're plugged in. We've lost it up here in the table.
Mine seems to be on. Mine seems to be on. It's not on? No.
See, we're dead up here. It's usually that one right between Mullen and Ard. Right. Or Woodcock.
The wire. There we go.
Oh.
No, it's on. We're good. Well, we'll have to call him up in Conway and go after him. Okay, where are we gonna find him? Oh, okay. Okay, Barrett was taking questions. Are there any more questions of the, yes, Representative Cornell?
Thank you for taking my question. Rep. Cordelli's amendment seems to take out the comment period for the State Board of Education. And is that something that you had put in as, or worked with Senator Carson, is something that's important to do?
Sure. Thank you very much. I know Mr. Klein is here, and I certainly won't be speaking for him in the state board, but the last typical public comment period, typical in-person people coming, sign up, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever, was March 2020. We all know what happened then. Then there was written public comment only listed on the agendas from April 2020 to June 2021. And there's been no public comment listed on any of the agendas for the state board from July 2021 to the present. Now, I understand they have some facility issues that it's not my place to speak about. Mr. Klein can do that. But, you know, it seems to be that if local school boards are going to be obligated to have a public comment period, the example should be set from our leaders at the State Board of Education.
Further questions? You have a question, Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, and thank you for taking the question. If I can get out something super long in one breath, it will count as one question, right? Hopefully. Okay.
You have 3 minutes to state your question,
That I can do. I can talk fast. So my experience has been in the past regarding public comment, and the frustration with the public is both, let's say, the principal, the superintendent, any employees that are up at the table. If there's a simple question that is requested of them, they give the blank stare, right? And then the public gets really frustrated, and I think things escalate from there. And I've been told that they're not to answer unless the board chair instructs them to answer, or I've even had them look at me and say, like, I don't have to answer, I'm not supposed to answer, handle it, sort of thing. Just curious. I don't want to get into the weeds, but and I'll give you a simple example. You know, you talk about the answers that could be done very quickly. You know, SAU 16, our deliberative session, at least this year, if not several years in a row, people have requested the population in the middle and high school, and they're not given it. They've requested the unreserved fund balance, and they're not given it. And I feel like, I know we're getting into the weeds and there's local control, but trust has been broken.
And the question is, would I agree, right?
No, my question is my question is, how does it work as far as people
I mean,
answering questions?
you know,
It's not in the policy, right? Is that what you're
Thank
saying?
you for the question, Representative. Relative to employees, I mean, it's a board meeting. The employees work for the superintendent. I would think that the employee should, you know, the chair and the superintendent should ascertain whether or not the employees are going to speak. And, you know, I can't answer for every question that may have been asked but not answered at a local school board. You know, and I don't want to throw anybody under the bus either, but, you know, if you have, what's the popular, I mean, if you can answer the question right there without requiring any research, it would be, the reasonable thing to do is to provide the information at that meeting when it's requested.
Representative, are you done with your questions? You want to follow up?
Would you believe that SAU 16 does have resident-only policies for public comment, number one? And then, yes, I did have, yeah, I'll save it.
Thank you. I mean, I didn't know that SAU 16 had that. I guess it doesn't surprise me. That was not the district or the SAU I was speaking about when I gave my example a few minutes ago, though. So, would I believe it? Yes.
Thank you very much. Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. To follow up just briefly on Representative Hobson's question earlier and a little bit on Representative Litchfield's, and I've been on a board, so we're talking a lot about public comment, and then there's non-public sessions. So oftentimes, a question will come up during public comment, and the response will be, that's a personnel matter or whatever, and we'll take that up in non-public. So my question simply is, and I think you probably agree when to ask this, are there, and I'm sure this has come up before, are there safeguards in place in terms of accountability for when a board goes non-public, in terms of the trust of the people? Because, folks, oh God, they're, pardon my language, oh
Yeah,
gosh,
yeah.
they've gone to non-public and we'll never know. So are there safeguards or are there mechanisms to reassure people that non-public is not being abused?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. Well, at the very least, when the motion is made to enter non-public session, the motion has to state the specific paragraph under which the board or the public body is being used. It's RSA 91-A colon 3 paragraph 2, and then there's A, B, C, D, so on and so forth. So the motion on its face has to state under paragraph A. The minutes have to state under paragraph A. And then it is the responsibility of the members of that public body to limit their discussion and conversation only to the purpose that was stated in the motion for going into non-public session. My experience is that most boards have at least one right to know law hawk on them that, I don't want to say keeps the other people in check because the other people are doing the right thing, but the person that knows the right to know law very, very well, make sure that the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, and I mean, to some degree, the board members have to be behaving properly when they go into non-public session and limit their conversation to only the matters, only the purpose that they entered the non-public session. Don't start talking about 1,000 other things. I mean, so the safeguards, I mean, how do you know what's being discussed in non-public session? I mean, there are non-public session minutes, obviously, that need to be released. I believe it's 72 hours, if I'm not mistaken, unless they're sealed. That issue, the non-public session minute issue causes boards a lot of consternation. And this is off topic. Is it okay if I continue? I don't want to say consternation, but there's a balance between not putting anything in minutes that is going to reveal the private or confidential nature for which you entered into non-public session, right? Excuse me. If you put the detailed minutes that discusses the student, the staff member, and the confidential and private reason why you're in non-public session to begin with, you have to seal the minutes then so they don't become public. The other way to do that without sealing minutes is to make non-public session minutes very bland. The board entered non-public session under this paragraph to discuss a personnel matter. No decisions were made, period. So that's going to, and there's also a balance, sometimes you need the detailed minutes of the non-public session because if, let's say it's a staff discipline matter, and let's say you get a new superintendent a year, 18 months into the issue when it's still ongoing, and you get new school board members, you may want to go back and read those minutes from a year and a half ago to refresh your recollection. What did the board say? What did the attorney say? What did the superintendent say? Those have to be sealed then, which frustrates the public as well too. But then if you put them bland so you're not divulging anything private or confidential, that's frustrating the public as well too. I don't know where that balance is because I'm trying to satisfy the public's right to know while also make sure school board doesn't get in trouble for disclosing confidential information.
Yes.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So my quick follow-up question is, in your experience, have there ever been redacted minutes from non-public that have been issued?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes. The curious thing about redaction is it's a judicial creation. There's nothing in the right to know law that speaks to redacting documents. The Supreme Court made it up. That's a whole other issue. But yes, the challenge with redaction is it's timely and costly. And I'm not saying it's not appropriate. I'm just saying that, a school board, we know what the right to know law says. You can go into non-public session to discuss these issues, and they all relate to somebody's privacy or confidentiality. That's why you can do it. redacting documents, we NHSBA recommends that you pass those minutes or documents off to your private counsel, because they're going to be able to identify better what may be a privacy issue, what may be a confidentiality issue, aside from a layperson school board member who you can recognize it, but you don't always necessarily know. So that's sort of the delay in the time and the cost in getting some of those redacted documents and redacted minutes out.
Thank you very much.
Jared, I have one question. In looking at this type of bill right here, we're talking about comment periods at various boards. How widely an issue is that in this state?
Sure.
I know I've attended my board and we haven't had that problem. When I was on 3 terms in city council, we never had that problem.
Right.
So what is the situation in the state? I can read the papers. I know there's some places where there's been a lot of acrimony.
Mm-hmm.
But what is it from your perspective as, you know, working from the statewide New Hampshire School Boards Association?
Thank you very much, Chairman Ladd. The smaller the community, the less of a issue it tends to be. I mean, I've been at some school board meetings where you do get the dialogue and you do just have the conversation. Those are small communities, a K through 5, K through 6 district with maybe a couple hundred kids, and the school board meeting, as Representative Porter mentioned, maybe 45 minutes long or an hour long. So you can have an extra half hour. You know, what we saw, the frustration shared by some members of this committee. Yes, I've heard those from members of the public. I've heard those from school board members. I'm not going to dispute that. You know, but what we saw last summer and fall, that was not a public comment issue. Let's be clear about that. That was not school boards denying people the right or an opportunity to speak. That was people who had no interest in abiding by any reasonable regulations at school board meetings. When 150 people were showing up and yelling and screaming, and the chief of police has to grab the chair and the superintendent off the stage and shuttle them back and put them in a locked, secure room until everybody goes home, that has nothing to do with a law, public comments, or a school board policy relative to public comments. So, you know, some districts had contentious meetings. I'm aware of one district, I believe Senator Carson said her school board did not provide public comments. When this bill was first being heard in Senate Ed, former chair or a former school board member in Londonderry and a current school board member in Londonderry came to testify in support of the bill, and they talked about their own experiences. And I talked to them in the hallway. I said, well, why didn't your board adopt a public comment policy then? And so, you know, it's frustrating for some members of the public. And again, I've heard the concerns that have been shared by some members of this committee. Yes, that is what it is. And we're not trying to deny anybody an opportunity to inform their elected officials of their concerns or of their issues or complaints or whatever it might be. We're trying to find a system to manage how that can get done, while at the same time the board can adopt policies, adopt programs, review reports, talk about the facilities issue, put its budget together. You know, a typical school board meeting is probably, you know, a good efficient school board meeting for just a medium-sized district is probably going to be 2.5 hours. You know, do we have to make it 4 hours to abide by this or to adhere to a public comment period? I mean, if you want to, that's fine. And, you know, some boards are more efficient in general than other boards. So, you know, is it statewide representative? I would say no. You know, most of the issues that hit the news in WMUR last summer and fall were in the southern part of the state. You know, kind of 95 up to, I'd say, Route 4 and over, sort of that southeast corner of the state from Nashua up to Concord and then over. And there were some, you know, maybe some other parts of the state, but the further north that you got, we weren't getting calls or concerns from small districts up north. I don't know if that answers your question,
Yes,
sir.
you did. Are there further questions of the School Boards Association? Yes.
Thank you, and thank you. If you could just please walk me through this, I think it would help. So it had been drilled into my head for years when I joined the school board, and they do kind of use you as a Bible, the New Hampshire School Board Association. And in listening to you talk, it's very different than what has trickled down to me over the years, and I appreciate having this direct right now. So that being said, though, I've been told in the past that you're not required to have public comment, and then the New Hampshire School Board Association is telling us this. And then, as Representative Hobson mentioned, that it is a meeting held in public, not a public meeting. So when the newer board members are being taught that it is a meeting held in public, not a public meeting, and you also do not need to offer any type of public comment, I think it kind of sets the tone like, look, we're here in a huddle having a meeting, and it's not your business. You can listen in if you want. And I'm trying to am I understanding that correctly? Is it, I don't know.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question, Representative. Just to be clear, it's not NHSBA telling boards that they don't have to have a public comment period. It's the law telling school boards they don't have to have a public comment period. And then NHSBA is advising boards on what the law is. I mean, to the question, is it a public meeting or is it a meeting of the public? It's a school board meeting that has to be open to the public, held in public. So, it's a business meeting of the board. The board that's why the board has to meet to get its business done, whatever that business might be. Some boards can do that efficiently with a public comment period. Some boards don't do that efficiently with or without a public comment period. So, it's a business meeting of the board held in public under the right to know law, I think is the clearest way to say it. It's, there are other types of, in the law, meetings that are more quote unquote of the public, like your budget hearing. Anybody who wants to come and speak, you have to let them come and speak. You can't deny, you can limit it to 3 minutes per person and reasonable regulations like that. But if you get 1,000 people that want to come and talk about your budget, you have to let all 1,000 of those people who registered to sign up to speak have their 3 minutes. Bond hearings are the same way. When there's a difference between a meeting and a hearing for purposes of the law. A meeting under the right to know law is a public body gathering to do its business, discuss its business, deliberate, vote in public, noticed, 24 hours, minutes, public attend, all that kind of stuff. Then there's a public hearing. This is a hearing right now. Me speaking about Senate Bill 410 is a public hearing. You can limit to 2 or 3 people as you do on the big bills when you get 1,000 people. But if 1,000 people want to come and talk about Senate Bill 410 and they all sign up, you have to let them speak. So that's the difference between a hearing and a meeting. So does that help? Should I have told you that like 7 or 8 years ago, Representative? I apologize. So run for school board again.
Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
If there are any amendments, and you can use my assistance, reach out at any time.
Thank you very much. Drew Klein, State Board of Education. Welcome, Drew.
Thank you. For the record, Drew Klein, Chairman of the State Board of Education. I'm neutral, no position on this bill. I just came to give the committee a little bit of background, or just to help you understand the State Board situation and what we're doing regarding public comment. So the board, I inherited a public comment system, which was great, and we kept it going. Barrett had said there's always a First Amendment or a right to know absolutist on every board. That's me on our board. And Rich Sala, our newest board member, he's also that way. And my view of this is I have the board has the entire board meeting to speak. It's a business meeting, as Barrett said. The value of having the public comment section is twofold. One is to let anybody who has some thoughts about what might be on our agenda to let us know, and then to let us receive that information. Like, that informs our thinking and our decision making, and I've found it very useful. I think public comment is extremely useful. And so what happened with the with us was, obviously, March 2020, COVID hit. We switched to written public comment, and that remained. If that was not getting noticed on the agendas, that was an oversight. We have accepted written public comment since March of 2020 and have said so in public meeting multiple times. we intended to go back to public comment at the beginning of this year. The COVID numbers were high. So we've been monitoring it to try to decide when do we open back up to public comment. And the complication we have is that we're not in our building anymore. So I don't know. I mean, I think most of you know, Department of Ed is being, mitigated for asbestos. So we're renting space in the Granite State College right now. We don't control that building. It is a keypad entry building, and they have very strict security at the building. So we've tried to work out with them, and we're still talking with them. How would the only reason we haven't gone back to public comment yet, and I'm planning to do it next week at next week's meeting, it's just logistical. It's just trying to figure out, do we need to have a police officer on the door? We need to have a security. Do we need Department of Education staff to let people in? And then once they're in the building, this is a college building. We don't operate it. When we're in our own building, we consider it, public building, Department of Ed, people come in, we've never had a problem, it's great. But this isn't our space. So we just have to figure out logistically how we're upstairs. So people that have to come in one door, all the doors are keypad locked. So they'd have to be shown which door to come in. We'd have to have somebody on the door, make sure they get upstairs to find our meeting. Do we need 2 staffers? So anyway, there's lots of things, logistical things to figure out to make sure it works and it's okay with Granite State College, our landlord, and making sure people don't get in and just kind of wander around the building and that kind of thing. We have college students there. So that's it. It's just a logistical issue. That's the only reason we haven't gone back at this point to in-person public comment. But we have consistently taken written public comment. And I can tell you, this bill is written in a way that doesn't seem to take into account the fact that the vast majority of public comment these days is email. Almost everything we get is on email. The percentage of emails we get versus people showing up, there's a big discrepancy there. I mean, you no longer have to ride your horse to town meeting and show up in person if you want to, tell your appointed or elected official what you think. You have direct access electronically to them through email. So that's how we take most of it. I'm happy to get back to written public or to in-person public comment, want to do it, and I'm excited about doing it. But in terms of this writing a law, I would just suggest there are unintended consequences, and the way things are worded should be very considered very carefully. And I'll give you an example. We have our public input in the beginning of the meeting, always in the beginning, and usually on a typical that we may have 3 or 4 people show up at most. Most of our stuff is not controversial. It's just rule writing, and so we have public hearings. We're required to have a public hearing on the rules. And so that's how the process works. Unless it's something where it's extremely controversial issue and one side or the other, usually it's not 2 sides. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's one side will get very upset and they'll get activists involved. And then they'll send people to come for the public comment. And I think my first or second meeting as board chair, our public comment period lasted 2 or 3 hours. We just let everybody speak. And we've had several meetings like that, and we didn't get out until 5 or 6. And that's, just the way it goes. And we don't, want to try to limit that. But I would just suggest that the way this is worded, and I think Rep. Porter made a good point. It says public comment period shall be for no less than 30 minutes. That should probably be clarified to let meetings start if nobody shows up, or if 2 people show up in the public comment period and you don't have anybody else there. You don't want the board to have to sit there twiddling their thumbs in a public meeting and doing nothing while waiting for that clock to run out. So I think probably adding some language, and I think Representative Cordelli suggested that would be a good thing. If you're talking about who should be allowed to speak, if you have people who are from out of the community or not members, not residents, the wording in here doesn't suggest that that would be allowed. It says provided such standards are imposed equally for all speakers. So I'm not sure that would be consistent. And then on the last point would be comment versus exchange. And I view public comment as I said, as an opportunity for me to listen. That's the real value added. And if somebody asks a question, we're happy to answer a question. But if you word it in such a way where you're requiring, or it comes across as you're requiring the board to respond and engage and ask questions, I get the intent, but I think that you could create problems there. I mean, I've witnessed some meetings where public comment has happened and board members have then taken it upon themselves to correct what they perceive to be incorrect statements of the public commenters. If you're encouraging that back and forth, that could be really good in terms of getting answers, but you could be encouraging the board to engage in discussion that might not actually help the people who just came to comment express their views. I mean, I think this is, again, what we're talking about as a hearing versus a business meeting, and these are business meetings, and you want to be able to conduct your business. You want to be able to receive that input, but once you go down the path of making that a back and forth engagement, that can be productive, but it can also be very counterproductive. So just be careful about how you think about wording that. That's all. And that's all. So.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Drew, I have one.
Yeah.
When I've been involved in various meetings like this, and as a member of either the council or a board, we've always had our policies and how we conduct our meetings based on either Robert's rules
Yeah.
or based upon Mason's, which we do here in the House. It's always been Robert's rules, though. And we, as a board, have adopted a process that's in place. My concern with all this is that I recognize the absolute need that people have an opportunity to comment and voice a position. I do have a problem with on high making decisions in regard to how to operate and regulate and get down in the weeds as far as writing 30 minutes or 40 minutes or this or that. Does the State Board of Education have a policy or a format which they've adopted on how they conduct school board meetings or state board meetings?
I don't think I didn't write one. So if Tom Raphael left me one, I don't know where it is, but I read Robert's Rules of Order years ago, and that's kind of how we follow it. And I don't know that there's anything that's stated to the public that way, but we generally allow, public comment or welcome it. And, if there's questions answered, we try to get those answered, through the right channels if we don't know them off the top of our heads. But it may be worthwhile. I think it's certainly worthwhile to always have a written statement. If there is one, it predated me.
Okay, thank you. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
and thank you very much, Chair Klein.
Welcome.
I have to address both chairs right here, and I agree with much of what you've just said, and I can certainly recognize you do have very long board meetings. Meetings of the state board can take all day. And I think you're doing a good job to efficiently manage those meetings to get through that based on your testimony this afternoon. But is it also your testimony? And I just want to make sure I get this right.
Sure.
That your current public comment policy is as a result of restricted public access to your board meetings?
To the building itself, right? So we accept written public comment and have, but so the meetings are public meetings, and if you show up, we'll let you in, but having a public comment period was something we thought was a little tricky to manage, but given the limited access to the building.
Okay, so to be clear, the public is not restricted
It's a public meeting. If
It's
somebody,
a public meeting.
if somebody shows up, we will let them in. But when you announce a public comment period, you potentially run into lots of people showing up. And given that we don't own and control the access to the building, we're just trying to figure out how to manage that. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I've been in that building many times. Where would you go when you go into a closed session or an executive session? Where would the public go? in that?
The
down in
public can
foyer,
actually
or-
stay there. It's a pretty decent space.
Okay.
We have we have seating that's kind of separated from our table,
Mhm.
so we could meet in the same place and just close those doors. Or we also have a conference room another level up that we can
Okay.
access for that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions? Yeah, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Klein, for taking my question. So, you mentioned email, which some of us maybe didn't give them much thought to, but certainly here we get a lot of email, a lot, which is public comment, especially to a listserv. So my question has to do with second-hand or third person. For example, earlier today, Senator Sherman was late and Representative Luno started off and introduced his bill on his behalf. So at a public meeting, and I go back to Loudon, we had a town meeting and there was a woman who came up to the microphone and literally begged permission to play a 30-second electronic recording, which the moderator did not allow. I think it made everybody curious as to what was on there. But so my question to you is, for your purposes, and maybe you should have asked this of Mr. Christina as well, for public comment, is it limited to first person, or can someone come and say, my uncle couldn't be here, but I'm going to read a statement from him? So
Yeah.
what about that?
I mean, we've allowed people to read statements from other people before. I don't know that we've had somebody want to do. I think one time we might have had somebody want to play a video. I don't think we allowed that. But we have allowed proxy testimony. Like for that same reason, somebody wanted to be there and couldn't. We absolutely allowed that other, a representative to give us comment for sure. Yep.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak on this bill? Not seeing any. This bill is closed. And that's it for the day. We will not be, of course, executing anything today. And the next meeting we have is scheduled for the 11th. That is next Monday, where we will where we will address the remaining 5 bills that this committee has received. And then there will be 2 days later an exec session for the 3 bills that are early bills, which have to be out of this committee by the next day on the 14th. They have to be out. We're even getting to that deadline very quickly here. There may be some other bills which we have heard that we feel that we can exec, and we'll try and take care of them so we can get some of these bills on the agenda for the 21st. So we don't have to end up with all our education bills on later on in the 28th. So anything else for the committee? I've been told, that's right, Patty, that was the last bill we got was on Friday was the last one we got. We got an early bill handed to us on Friday. And so that just gave us this, and then we have to post it. And as soon as we could really get to it would be the 11th. And that gave us a couple days before we had to have it out of committee. Not much time. Well, thank you very much, everybody. Have a good rest of the week and enjoy the weekend.